Oh, I'm so low!
Welcome all to the CBLOL. You've got the two old heads with you today. For better or worse, it is FourY4. It is Roodood. Roodood, it's great to have you back on CBLOL, brother. How have you been?
I've been so good. I don't know. I was watching some Chinese kids play League of Legends this morning, and honestly, they just don't have the sauce like these Brazilian kids. And I can't wait. I'm so glad I'm back. I took the last year off of the CBLOL for honestly no good reason that I can justify. So I'm back. I'm here to have some fun. I'm back with FourY4, which feels like a blast from a 2 year ago past, which is excellent. And we'll be here to take you through the first 3 games of CBLOL for week 1, day 2.
Week 1, day 2. Yep, it is CBLOL Cup, best of 1, round robin, and then we get into the fun part. No triple elimination like they're doing in Valorant, which is the first triple elimination I've seen with my own 2 eyes in a minute, but it's a much more usable format. They seem to have taken so many steps in the right direction. We are right into draft.
Yeah, we are.
The delays of day 1, but Fluxu against Los Grandes. Los Grandes, of course, taking over that guest slot from Asurus. So, and they've got a CBLOL-ish caliber roster here. And Fluxu, oh man, House is back on Fluxu in the mid lane. Rooted, it might be 2023 again after all.
It might indeed be, and I want to quickly call out before we get fully into the weeds of this series. Again, best of 3 pilled in this best of 1 that Los actually took a surprise victory yesterday, up against VKS, one of our top teams coming into the split. So it's a big win, a big boon for them themselves to be able to get that win early doors. And obviously we are now looking at a side of Fluxu, who are on blue side. Orianna, 100% fearless pick ban win rate, or fearless pick ban ratio, finds herself picked in this first game as blue 1.
Yep, and 2 of the big 3 junglers kind of taken away, as far as Jace and Malphite taken away, and Bessa still up, but with Azir on the table. Azir, Akali, right, the other one that's been really, really strong as of late. Varus, the scaling 80 carries. Nico, omnipresent. I'm still surprised that nothing's been done about that champion. I'm welcoming a few of the teams in the meta, but we still live in Nico land. Taking the Ambessa here, and now you've got an opportunity here to take away, I was going to say How's Azir, but then I see that Orianna has already been picked. So How's clearly feeling confident enough on the Orianna, and it's been a little bit higher priority. We've seen Azir, from what I could tell, Rooted, and correct me if I'm wrong, a little less so in China, a little more so in Korea.
I mean, I think actually still in China, he just reaches. Orianna is S+ super tier.
Yeah.
Azir is S tier. So just a rung below, but still very, very powerful. So no surprises to see that be picked up. Honestly, I would have liked to see them take something that was a bit more sought after. So we've got junglers and we've got AD carries abound that they could have taken. Things like the Yunara, things like the Wukong could have been picked up here. They didn't have to answer their mid lane, but I'm happy that they let Yunara go through because they've got this answer of Aphelios. Again, in Demacia Cup from the Chinese League of Legends side, everybody was letting Yunara go through in order to pick the Aphelios as an answer. So I'm really excited to see what this can do for the CBLOL, and obviously what Bao has as an answer. And obviously Duda finds himself now with the Aphelios after the back of game number 1, or a game yesterday where he looked really, really solid as well.
Yeah, and we got plenty of time to get into the new members of these rosters as well. Thresh ban. Oh God, we're back in a blessed timeline.
We are.
Oh, that is wonderful to see. Yeah, but Yunara and Aphelios on one side or the other. I have not been playing a ton of League of Legends. I am very TFT brained right now, which has been.
It's getting resounding woos from the cast, to be honest.
Yes, because this set has been Turbo Astro based. I've been having more fun.
Turbo Astro based. That's what we like to hear.
It's been a blast, man. If like there's, I'm not gonna get. We'll talk later. I'm not gonna do this right now. Aphelios is, or not Aphelios, the other one, Cassante, is banned right now. Shid's out taken away on the other side. So I guess kind of calling the bluff of that Zest might be playing this Ambessa top lane, which kind of surprises me. I mean, it feels like she has been played almost exclusively in the jungle. That being said, Jarvan also been played a good amount in the jungle here. So a lot of frontline for this Aphelios.
Yeah, I mean, that's what he needs, right? Needs people to stand in front of him so that he can auto-attack. Same for the Azir as well. The Ambessa and the Jarvan are going to do great work with that. I love the dive as well that there is already locked in. So it makes sense that we're just going to see kind of everybody go crazy and that dive aspect really be harnessed by both of these sides. We've got the Wukong Ori duo as well. They're going to look to try and get some nice Shockwave Cyclone combos with the Leona now pairing on top of that. both of our backlines need to be feeling scared. They need to find some tools to get out to safety. Cosmic Insight for Duda is about as good as it gets, and you can have Flash on a shorter cooldown, but I mean, you're looking at this from both of our backliners' perspective, and you're thinking, damn, dog, I need to be able to position really, really well.
Yeah, no kidding. Cleanse feels like you said, an absolute necessity. Cosmic Insight could help out with that. And these comps kind of shaping up in similar ways. You see kind of the synergy potential here. You were looking for, like I said, like you said, sort of, okay, what are your escape tools, maybe? Or is it just who's going to kind of pull the trigger first? Because that almost feels like what these two comps are shaping up to be. We'll see how they play out. Ackerman, separated from his longtime best friend. I'm assuming they're best. I hope they're best friends. In my head, they're best friends.
They should be.
Snaker. We've been playing together in the LLA, rest in peace, for so long. Last year, played together pretty much exclusively in the LTA South. There will be Alistar, there we go, on the other side. But Roodood, I mean, you talked about kind of the escape buttons. Is that just going to have to come from, is it just have to come from, like you said, Cosmic Insight, watching your summoners carefully, or do you feel like there are enough assignments of, hey, it's not just maybe all dive on these sides? Do you peel at all, right? Or is it just
there's an Alistair there that can do some peeling, and that's honestly as good as the story gets. If you're Los Grandes here, on the flip side, Leona can stun people. Wukong actually not the worst in terms of peel, as far as peel champions go, with double cyclone, double knockups, but we're not ruling the roost with the amount of disengage that these two teams have got. We're not looking down the breadth of Janna Nami levels of support that we've got for these marksmen and for these backliners. So we will keep our eyes out to see whether or not it is just whoever can successfully dive ends up being the matchmakers of this game.
Yep, feels like that's how it's shaping up in my head anyway. But talk a little bit about these players. Some of them, you know them and you love them. I mean, Los Grandes, right? They're going to have to compete with whoever. That's the one kind of holdout from the LTA South format, which, look, for the spirit of promotion and relegation, regardless of what you think about what's going on in the LEC, that's a bit of a different format, right? Which, look, I don't know.
Hey, man.
Look, I thought everything was great except for the fact you got a sister team in there, but I digest. It feels a little competitive integrity, something. But either way, you do love seeing the kind of tier 2 teams get a chance to shine. And speaking of guys that need a chance to shine, House and Pro Delta on the same team. I'm trying to rack my brain to feel if they've ever been on the same team together. I don't know that they have. Maybe, no. I guess maybe Leviathan last year is what my brain is telling me.
Yeah, if it wasn't 2024, then I don't think they have, because Prods was VKS and Pain for that one year, and I don't think House has ever played for either of those teams in my head.
Yeah, and so I think last year they overlapped on Leviathan because Leviathan made a mid-season change there. But these are kind of two guys. Pro Delta a little more so that is in a bit of a redemption arc mode, which, I mean, if you would have told me that in 2024, I would have been very surprised. If you would have told me House is on redemption arc mode in 2024, I wouldn't have surprised, because he feels like someone who the delta of opinions on this man is consistently very, very wide in Brazil.
Yeah, he's very divisive as far as a player goes, but obviously there's something that Fluxo have seen in him to make sure that he gets another spot. Obviously, Pro Delta came into the CBLOL back in 22, I believe, and was absolutely phenomenal, maybe 23, on the Pain Gaming roster. Looked incredible, was surprised that he got moved over to VKS, was then incredible there.
Yeah.
And, 2024, the less said, maybe the better, but even still, finds himself in a roster now, 0-1 after the first day, but I think up against Los Grandes here, they should be looking to find some semblance of success. As far as preseason expectations go, we don't have the greatest of expectations probably for either of these two teams. It's worth saying that, taking a quick look, if you guys aren't familiar with our broadcast, you want to be more familiar with our podcast as well, the Gringos Liberados podcast, but these two teams relatively low in terms of that tier list where we're expecting them to finish up. So having a good chance to see these two dice it out early on, certainly going to be quite fun.
Yeah, and for those that don't know, again, it's kind of like it's everyone makes it to the next round, if you will, but your seeding will affect, your seed, your placement will affect your seeding. That's what I meant to say. Bottom two. Bottom four going to a play-in, and then the top two of that. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But yeah, I mean, you talk about the early wins that both these teams are looking to get to kind of, to give themselves the best chance of success. Los Grandes picking up a huge win, like you said, Roodood, over VKS yesterday, which I did not have on my bingo card after VKS took down Pain Gaming, which, look, they're dealing with their own set of unfortunate circumstances. That was supposed to be the super team. Titan in some trouble, so he's benched. If you want to find out what that's all about, just look it up on Twitter. I won't. We're not going to do that here. But they're with Marvin. His laning still a little bit suspect, but Pain Gaming, yeah, they've got to get back on the right foot. We're going to get them next game against FourY4, which should be an absolute slapper. But in this one right now, it is the Fluxu side of things getting out to a little bit of a lead here. Peach against Drake Hero in the jungle. Again, two guys that one of them has been in and out of the CBLOL. Drake Hero is he's that poster boy, right? He's got a little bit of the contracts in him, maybe a little less actualized, if you will, than my boy El Contracto, but clearly too good for Div 2, but not quite good enough to stick in Div 1. And here in a spot where he might be the most recognized name outside of Ackerman, is House taken very, very low on this roster. So I would have wanted to see Drake Hero put into a slightly better situation, but it's another sink or swim roster for him.
Yeah, and he's going to have to probably be one of those linchpins that carries the team up by the bootstraps and sees if he can get them across the line. And he finds himself with an opportunity topside now.
And this is about as easy as it gets for a Jarvan. So holding onto the flag and drag for that flash. Very nicely done. And Zest's going to get out and escape what would have been certain doom from Peach. But now with the Conqueror stacked up here, Peach going to wait out that flash, get the dash over.
Nimbus.
He's got another
there we go.
Closer. Easy peasy as you like. First blood over to Los Grandes, but treated right back for Peach.
And don't forget that First Blood does actually have some sort of stake here. So that's 100 gold going over to Drake Hero, just 300 for Peach. As we do see that a good trade comes through for both of our top sides. We'll say that this definitely does favor Zest and then obviously favors Peach. So it's top side favorability for Los Grandes, jungle favored for Peach as he gets the 1-for-1. The wave coming back into Zest's wave state being really good is why it favors him quite nicely. That being said, Curdy finds himself with a really good trade. That sweet spot Q3 definitely doing enough damage to make Zest regret the fact that he just walked up and took a boatload of damage. One of the small things that I do want to point out, and we'll get to highlight it a little bit here in this replay, is Zest's choice of summoner spell. So a really good waiting game here being played by the Los Grandes topside duo. Ignite for Zest on that top side. Not going to be able to TP in with that massive HP shield like Curti will be as we move a little bit later on into this game, but able to use it to find the kill in this instance. Unable to do anything really to help Drake Hero here, so has to take the recall and accept that his jungler is just going to fall for his sins.
Yeah, and like you said, Curti Zest, I should say, in a pretty good spot as far as the wave is concerned. Now, Roodood, actually, this is something I wanted to ask you. I meant to I didn't get to do my homework on this because of the top laner the quest. Have you seen more offensive summoner spells, or is TP still TP?
TP, honestly, has still been largely the case as House here, finding a good trade versus Feisty, and really good to see that you're using that level 6 advantage. You'll see this very frequently with these control mages, and it's actually Drake here who might be in a little bit of trouble. Peach level 6.
Peach is level 6, and that's another thing as Drake Hero gets out, but a ward dropped kind of on both sides here. As a dragon is up here, and junglers kind of hitting level 6 right around that first dragon. Because of the minions starting earlier, right? You can start that first full clear a little bit earlier as well.
That is true. Getting out onto the map and being able to clear your camps just that little bit quicker, obviously going to be very beneficial for the majority here of our junglers. And this time out, no surprises that with the early lead going the way of Fluxu with regard to Peach finding that first kill, he's going to be quite happy to try and take that dragon. Again, Peach, one of the newer names to CBLOL teams, to CBLOL players as well, had a brief stint in the LEC with XL. Wasn't necessarily his best showing, wasn't the best showing for the organization either, but has had tier 1 experience prior to his showing here, whereas I know a lot of the imports that we do get here, typically, TCL, the Turkish representatives, or maybe even some LCKCL as we get an all-in bot side.
Yeah, this is absolutely an all, and there's absolutely nothing that Bauer Pro Delta can do under level, outmanned and undergunned just barely. Well, not barely. Pro Delta was going to be fine. That W giving him a lot of extra resistances, but Dutta dumping absolutely everything in. Very beautifully timed engage there from him and Ackerman, an advantage over to the Grandes spot side. Rooted, how do you expect these kind of lanes to go? I mean, like you said, look, it's scaling 80 carries, right? This feels like our early 2026 bot lane handshake. Is there much more violence than this?
No, I mean, other than the fact that Aphelios typically just wins, no, not really. This is the expectation, which is why you give Yunara over. Is that you can get to pick this Aphelios into it. You've got slightly longer range through the early stages of the game. You can lock down the Yunara once you've got that Gravitum quite easily, and you can see Ackerman here not really wasting any time. Definitely a bright spot for this Los Grandes roster. Finds himself moving out onto the map, and will be looking in this mid lane, it looks like, no doubt. But Hal's probably going to be able to get his way out. Ooh, forces double flashes here. Nimbus Cloak as well for the Alistair with this phase. Oh, not phase rush, with the Unsealed Spellbook. Certainly going to go quite well for him.
Yeah, flash is traded there. Ackerman, like you said, playing his advantage pretty immediately there. Ackerman, a solid stabilizing veteran presence. And, you know, it's funny. I was kind of thinking about this Fluxu roster as I couldn't sleep last night. Pro Delta, I don't know if he's a grizzled veteran yet, but it's year 4 for the boy, right? He is in veteran status now.
Yeah. I would hesitate to call him grizzled as far as veterans go. When we have got grizzled veterans in the league still.
Yes.
But he's definitely a name to be wary of, I should say. I mean, I compare this to, you know, the brief hiatus of teams that I got to see through 2025 and harken back to 24 when I was still loosely around. And I remember House, I remember Pro Delta, and then maybe a little bit of Drake Hero as well. But the rest of it, you know, this is completely reimagined from our quick pit stop at the LTA South into back to the CBLOL again now, as it probably should be.
Here.
There's a fresh set of faces.
Yeah. Yeah, no, we really do. I mean, yeah, the imports are really, they are whatever the opposite of few and far between is. It feels like we have more kind of than ever. And like you said, but as far as where we are getting our Koreans specifically, it is exactly the same roadmap. Like you said, it's a lot of TCL, it's a lot of LCKCL, like LCK tier 2 and tier 3. Roamer, if y'all remember him, Pain Gaming mid laner for like a hot second last year. As RMC and other Pains Edges will tell you, no, he has been legally scrubbed from history. I don't make the rules. Something to that effect, right? He apparently, I think, is actually starting in the LCK. Apparently, he just got pounded by Showmaker. Not that I was expecting anything different. Look, all respect to Roamer, but if he couldn't cut the mustard in Brazil, with the greatest of respect, it's not going to go much better for you in the literal LCK best region in the world. Competitively speaking, recently, as Drake are going to grab 2 of his grubs, but Peach right back in there. To grab grub number 3. Checking in on the items here. It is the Los Grandes side with a pretty, actually, wow, it's a little more gold than I was thinking here. Because the Drake went over to Fluxu. It has just been that plate. But we found ourselves with a 2K gold disparity essentially here, Roodood.
Yeah, the first kills down in that bot lane were actually a massive swinging point in favor of Los Grandes here. They found themselves obviously finding that kill onto Bao. He lost about 2 waves under the turret. Duda managed to find 2 plates as well as the kill, so he got slingshotted ahead of the curve here. Finds himself now 1k gold to the good. Stormrazor picked up. I love this item, by the way, everybody. If you're playing a crit marksman and you're looking for something saucy to be able to pick up, the Stormrazor, it just feels so good. You're able to get so much movement speed out of that first auto attack. You can chase people down. You can reposition it. It really does feel great. It gives you pretty much everything that you're after. So having that early on for Duda, definitely a very good position for him to be in. And you'll see at some point he'll auto attack somebody and just start sprinting either away or to them. And you'll think, how has he got this movement speed? Oh, it's Stormrazor.
Yep, and look, into these compositions, every little bit of mobility helps, especially if he's going to keep playing the lane bully as Bao, able to get a little bit of damage down here. Pro Delta's going to eat the Ignite, going to eat the Headbutt, Pulverize, Drake Hero in, and pretty much right back out as Peach, ripping the Cyclone, gets the Clone off as well, double Cyclone out as Bao, able to get decent damage down, but not quite apply the killing blow. So pressure taken off just a little bit here. The question is, what can they do with that? Oh no, Peach might have checked the wrong Tri-Brush. Drake Hero still holding out of that ultimate, still has it. Feisty, he's pushed up here. Maybe he's able to roam down, or at least if nothing else, probably help out with the Dragon if Drake Hero decides to commit to that, and it looks like he will.
Yeah, Duda's relatively low. He's got enough for 1 spell on the Aphelios, but you're tossing up between getting the windmill shotgun of the red gun or the one root on one target from purple. Never really a question. Either way, finds himself getting that role quest completed nice and early on, our first member of the game to do it right on that 12-minute marker as well. So all of his slots are freed up. Going to start getting a lot more gold as well from wherever it is that he finds his minions, and extra plate ink going in his back pocket as well. He's going to feel very good about going back to base now. And I mean, the Aphelios being this far ahead is really, really worried. Let's take a look at some of the threat that he's got, that he's going to be focused on. Yes, the Aatrox is going to be diving on him. Yes, he's got that Cyclone combo with the Shockwave. So getting the Aphelios ahead, not necessarily the greatest tool for Los Grandes if they can't protect him explicitly.
Yeah, but he is going to give you quite the headache as role quest completed in solo lanes on either side of things as well. Los Grandes in the mid lane, Feisty grabbing his role quest done on the top side. Actually, wow, they've all kind of come in. You weren't kidding. It is really on that 12-minute mark. Everyone, you look up and everyone's got their stuff.
Yeah, that's just bread and butter for Los Grandes here. Everybody except for the supports, and well, welcome to playing a support role, everybody. You're going to get your things later than everyone else, but you can see Ackerman actually already with those pipes already picked up. Definitely a pretty juicy pickup for the bot side of Los Grandes.
Curdy, someone I wanted to shout out here before we kind of got too away from player bios, reintroductions. Someone who made his mustard on, that's not a metaphor, on Loud Academy a couple years ago. King of the solo kill, and it wasn't any different in his first stint in CBLOL that last time around, last year, on a terrible situation in Fluxu. But got the most solo kills of anybody. Wasn't really doing much with it, was kind of getting pounded right back. The whole team couldn't really do much. But this is a guy that he's going to stick around no matter what, because he is one of these top players. I mean, you see these guys all around the world, is the guys who are mechanically incredibly gifted. It's like, dang, he clearly has the sauce 1v1 if we can teach him the minutia, if we can teach him the other sides of things, and maybe not how to die to stuff like this, as Zest might be able to take him down 100-0, but Curdy getting decent healing off the World Ender, kind of missed that break point as Feisty rips the Emperor's Divide and an EQ to get the heck out of Dodge as Peach showed up on the wrong side of the train, or the right side of the train tracks, as it were. Yeah,
it's not an easy combo there for Feisty to be able to get all the way out of that position, as Peach is now in a short 3v1.
Yeah, what should be a very short 3v1. Almost able to get the flag and drag out, but Peach with a very nicely timed interrupt. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. I'll say that was on purpose.
Yeah, and I mean, for Drake Hero, though, that's a pretty illegal way to try and go about that combo. You know, the Wukong still has a Cyclone, so why on earth are we penning him in the Cataclysm and then cutting off our approach of our two carries? But either way, finding success, pushing Peach back, and I mean, for Fluxu, that's their only real point of pride at this current stage in the game. Nobody else is particularly strong, and now House on that top side, able to scare away Drake Hero, since they know that there's a lot of other members coming from the river.
Yep, and a 2 ultimates available. House maybe not willing to rip the ultimate just yet. Or, well, he wasn't. So, saving for a potential Herald fight, I guess, right? The priority wasn't get the kill. The priority was make sure that this Herald take is a safe one.
And that it was here. They are able to take this down. Ackerman actually ghosting in.
Hell yeah, brother. Leave nothing to chance. And to be fair, he does kind of have the cavalry showing up here, but that shockwave still available, as we said beforehand. Might not be enough to save Peach. And in fact, will not be. Still on the chase, Ackerman. Man, making real good use of that unsealed spellbook, getting Mondo value.
I mean, this guy just hates Orianna, to be honest. Like, twice I've seen Ackerman burn Flash. Twice it's been in response to, the Orianna existence, almost. So we'll see whether or not that continues as a trend throughout the rest of the game. But really nice to see a pickup once again for Los Grandes, a team that, again, we expected very little from coming into this split. Positioned well in game number 1 of the day to maybe go 2-0 up, as Duda now in trouble, looking for the 2v1.
Yeah, he says, look, if I'm going down, I'm taking you down with me, but that was an ill-fated decision, as Drake Hero not really in the vicinity. Yeah, a little bit of a greedy one there from Duda with minimal vision. Actually, now that I'm looking at the minimap, yeah, so not the smartest. And I was getting ready to praise Duda, if nothing else, for kind of the first 10 or 15 minutes of how this game had gone, because you mentioned the slingshot he got early on in the game, Roodood, and how worrying that is if you have an Aphelios with that much gold, that much early, that much ahead of their opposite number. And he was doing a good job of keeping that tempo up, right? And keeping the pressure in lane up. Him and Ackerman doing a really good job of that. But now it hasn't quite equalized, but the lead has shrunk significantly in that lane.
it's made the game a little bit harder to play out now than it needed to be. And in fairness, right, this is the CBLOL way. We stand on the mid wave, we get caught, and we die. But it's not what we want to see from the CBLOL necessarily, and from the marksman here. As Drake Hero stood on a super cone looking for an engage, but doesn't quite find the angle.
No, not quite yet. Pro Delta gets bonked. Big ultimates available kind of everywhere. Just as I say that, the Moonlight Vigil cranked, but no follow-up. Not the requisite vision that they wanted. Curry looking for a flank here. He's sitting on the tri-brush.
Spotted, though.
His favorite part of the game is play a 1v1. He's in Zest right now. House loops around. Looks like he's going to try to help him. Herald released, because why the hell not? Everyone's invited to the party. Not going to find
Frodo's in there.
Is that Leona ultimate, but the Herald goes in with the Leona piloting it. Public execution onto Curdy there as Zest looking to get the heck out of dodge. Maybe took a train that he didn't want to take, as Feisty going to grab the ultimate as well. Kills traded 1v1 back and forth as Los Grandes have the vision advantage. Actually played this fight kind of nicely, but a bit of an overextension there by Fluxu. Just not playing that together at all. Roodood, that looked fragmented. That looked desperate from Fluxu.
Yeah, that was kind of wild on all sides here. You know, there's no real synergy, nobody particularly diving as a unit. You know, we got to see Pro Delta get in the Rift Herald and then try and knock people up. Then he didn't actually get to contribute all that much to the rest of the fight. And then, I mean, the engage, the dive that I will hesitate to call came through. Again, pretty sloppy on every single instance there. We'll get to see a replay of this because I want you to keep your eyes on Pro Delta here. Pops into the Herald, does get, you know, a triple knock-up with this, but the fight's happening on the other side of the map. Flukes just aren't quite connected enough, and if I look at what Hauser's Shockwave was able to accomplish, like it just didn't hit. And the Wukong was finishing off the Dragon, so they weren't able to provide the CC to set up for said Shockwave, and a little bit caught in between two minds. If their job was to get the Dragon, then excellent, they succeeded. But they're now down 6k gold, and 18 minutes in, I don't know that that's the best position to find yourselves.
I would agree with you. Yeah. No, it's unfortunate. I mean, I think when I saw the Solar Flare miss and you hop in the Herald right after, that's desperation. And I've been there. Right, but you can't be doing a 4x4.
This is the best I can do.
Yeah, exactly. As the public execution does miss another Solar Flare coming back, very short cooldown on that. I forget that. Dada just kind of melee ranging, just T-posing in front of the Wukong. Will get his for Curdy. Pops the World Ender, stuck under his tower, but that tower is not long for this world. As Los Grandes, just when you thought that maybe Fluxu would be focused, I'll speak for myself, thought that they would be focused on stemming the bleeding here potentially, but Fluxu get a little bit greedy, look for a potential catch, but they're not going to find it. Baron does spawn at 20 minutes, boys and girls. Don't forget that. So that's what you see under your screen there. Curry trying to take someone down with him, but Ackerman doing a great job of holding on until someone else gets there and get out of there with the flash. Just how they drew it up, right, Roodood? 8,000 gold. That was exactly how we thought it was going to go.
Perfectly as intended. Nobody ever thought Ackerman was dying there, and with good reason. As Duda once again continues, Stormrazor going crazy. He's going to kill him here, by the way. Goodbye. There you go. That's what you love to see from an Aphelios. The Calibrum Q working perfectly with the Inferno one to line up an extra auto attack on the back half, and you can just see he autos the turret. Stormrazor's away and has an excellent time. He's now 2.5 items with that crit cloak being picked up. 70%, maybe 65% crit chance at this stage. Critting more often than not is the TLDR, and I think that for this point, for that saying, there's nothing really to be done by Fluxu this game. Even if they stall the pace of this game out, there's an opportunity maybe for Bao to go crazy, but whoever he auto-attacks has a way to jump on top of him, be it Jarvan, be it Ambessa. Every single time he stops to auto, he's going to get jumped on by someone.
Yeah, and now at this point, whenever Ackerman shows up, it's not even like, oh, look, a free support. It's no, you know that something has gone terribly wrong, because where Ackerman is, the rest of his team is following. That's exactly what happens here. Now 5 kills for Zest. 5-0-2 on this Ambessa to go on top of the 4 kills for the Aphelios. Because that's the one saving grace was I was kind of checking like, look, well, do Flukes at least have maybe not a secondary win condition, but just enough meat on the bones to protect Bao? Because like you said, Roodood, that's the only thing you're really looking at as this game goes on. But Los Grandes, not only do they have more answers into that Yunar as far as how the team fights are going to go, but those answers are a full item ahead as they're going to rip through this Baron uncontested at the 21-minute mark.
And I mean, yesterday we got to see a lot of stomps. I think maybe 1 or 2 games weren't just complete blowouts. Duda, though, that's just a greedy pathway back into the mid lane, buddy. You cannot be doing that, and that's actually going to slow the roll of Los Grandes quite heavily. And I think that they'll be a little bit disappointed in that one. That's a real sloppy death to be giving away, trying to catch a mid wave there. Not the ideal outpost, and now Fluxu can probably take this turret.
Well, they're certainly going to try to take something here. CC Chain comes in. Very nicely done. Going to pick up Ackerman as the Shockwave was expended a little bit earlier, but that mid turret's still on its feet. 0 towers for Fluxu so far. And this will be number 7 for Feisty and company. It's just really slingshot. Again, like you said, I will say, for as sloppy as this game has been, it's more so on the side of Fluxu. And for every throw, there's a catch. However, whatever League of Legendsism you want to use there. Los Grandes, to their credit, it isn't like Fluxu have been kind of rolling over and just like begging their belly to be tickled a little bit. Sure. But Los Grandes have been kind of steamrolling all the momentum they have been given here. I say that just as Feisty dies for, I'm not going to say no reason, because he did get something out of that, but
you got the tier 3. They're going to get the dragon. Exactly. Like it's not nothing. Sorry, I'm still laughing at the rolling over and asking their bellies to get tickled a little bit, which, hey, it's politer than the tickling that we would use in other contexts.
Yeah, there you go.
The issue here for Fluxu is that they have not yet rallied together to complete a team fight as 5.
The one that they did do, saying it was as 5, is like if there's a lowercase 5. Which there is a dot.
Yeah, there were 5 people there, but they were all like
exactly
in a different area,
Yeah. but you guys knew exactly what I meant when I said lowercase 5.
Well, we did know what lowercase 5 is. It was like underwhelming. It was like, there were 5 of them there, but we're not writing home about it.
No, not quite. Zest gonna do his thing here down the. I mean, look, 2.5 items already. Looks like he's on his way to what looks like a Death's Dance to guard against. I mean, just all the AD there. I mean. How's the only one that's going to do any sort of magic damage. Zest is going to just go into raid boss mode here very, very shortly. Los Grandes playing this out very nicely. Only their second dragon. I was surprised that Fluxu had 2 of them. But as far as playing this game out is concerned, this is just kind of League of Legends 101, right? The gold lead should play itself out here. Solarflare coming down, trying to buy Pro Delta. Any semblance of time. Here's the W goes out. The soldiers come in on the other side. As Zest and Drake here are actually not in a great spot here. Didn't fight into that choke very well at all. Bao just got a ton of free damage there as the Zamperor's Divide does not find its mark. There's the Calibrum. Oh, man. That is really satisfying to watch as Dodo will pay for his sins. But, man, it looks cool. But 2v2. Not the worst outcome here, as Ackerman gets a very nice headbutt to bail out his jungler here. Curdy, feeling pretty good.
I mean, and let's look at the 2 that are dead as well. It's both of the carries. It's a massive set of shutdowns as well. Bao picked up the kill onto Duda, so that's a nice boost for him and a attempt here for them to maybe try and take a turret for the first time this game. Nope, sorry, can't take a turret. That's not allowed. And they find themselves having to retreat, unfortunately. But a lot of gold going into their back pockets here, which is not going to be anything to scoff at, especially as well as we remember that they were supposed to just lose. We were expecting them to lose that fight, the game be over, and us be looking forward to Pain versus FourY, which is up next. And I think that with Bao obviously finding these kills, he now gets an Infinity Edge. He gets to pick up another crit cloak, so he's very close to that 100% crit chance cap strike. And from here, you can just see that the angle's never great for Duda or Feisty. They're constantly feeling pressured by House and Peach.
Yeah.
Whereas I look at the bot side of this fight, Bao is free hitting the entire time. Nobody's threatening him. Nobody's putting him under any pressure. And just fighting in that choke point versus the Ori ball is just a little too much for loss to Tenor. And, importantly, they can't do it, which is just exactly what it looks like for Fluxu. A very good fight. I like the flash and the aggression from Bao there. Had that next auto came through, probably ends up falling to that turret shot, but it didn't. He had the damage down in time, and excellent work from Fluxu just to stave off any of the aggression from Lost for, if only a couple more minutes.
Yeah, the gold lead still looking chasmic. Nope. There's a chasm in the gold lead. But you see, look, the damage being outputted, right? And that was a great shockwave by House, not putting himself in any danger. On the other side of the wall, just being a disruptor, right? And did a sneaky amount of damage as well, like you said, really feeling the heat there, and allowed. I mean, that's a TFT Unara if I've ever seen one. Sitting in the back with an IE, and a Kraken Slayer. I mean, like if you're a TFT enjoyer, this is the jokes write themselves here. Just sitting there and just free hitting and getting that extra damage on the throughput. You wonder how many more of those fights are going to be, how easy those fights are going to be to come by, because it really felt like in that fight, Fluxu, they took advantage of the spot in the map where that was, right? How's being able to play with so much safety, Bao being on the other side of this meatball in Curdy, right? it doesn't feel like they should get too many more opportunities like that, given the vision setup that Los Grandes have, given that they should be on the front foot here. Now with the rest of the cavalry coming through the mid lane, they have all the vision, unless Ackerman, of course, gets spotted out. Going to get in there with the headbutt. Duda arriving a little bit late here. Ultimate popped by the Alistar. Big Mondo Cone there. Pro Delta might have met a certain doom, but he's going to go right back in. Get onto Duda.
Die immediately.
There. Now the cleanse popped, but the follow-up just isn't there. That is a lot of risks from the W, though, as Aphelios does go down. Very nicely played out there by Fluxu. So Los Grandes lose their AD carry, but they do have enough firepower to still take advantage of this fight. They will walk away with it. 3 kills to just the 1. As the Baron getting ready to respawn here. Should be able to take it down just fine, because guess what? You've got a Nazir.
Yeah, Zest with a very important play on the bot side of that fight. He publicly executed Bao, and the Yunara stood absolutely no chance. It just wasn't even close here, as that is going to be the thing that seals this Baron in favor of Los Grandes. Now going to take their gold lead up to about a 10k disparity. Push them into a position where really we're looking at them to round out this game on the back of this Baron. There's an open inhibitor top side. There's no other turrets to try to take. And in terms of dragons as well, 4x4, there's nothing particularly for them to play for. It's not like it's going to be a soul if they pick this up. So we're not particularly hard-pressed to watch them take this down super quickly.
No, not quite. No, the priority is this is going to be, it feels like, unless it's uncontested, like it's looking like here. Yeah, once Feisty shows up here, should be enough. Ackerman playing bodyguard. And in fact, the broadcast thinks, no, they'll get this. So we're going to show you a replay of the last fight, actually.
And I like this from Pro Delta. What you got to see there was a really good set of PO. Ackerman, despite the fact that the Leona found access to the Aphelios, Ackerman actually stopped Peach from getting in, which meant that they bought enough space for the Orianna to not be able to get in. So House couldn't actually contribute to this fight. It meant that they were chasing too far for the Ori to help out. And obviously Zest on the bot side did take out Bao without really any recompense. And now they're trying to charge through with this Baron. Let's take some more turrets. Those structures are just getting absolutely melted. Holy.
Yeah. Still getting used to seeing that number 19 there next to Zest's name as the public execution. Not going to find anybody. Great Solar Flare follow-up on the Shockwave by Pro Delta. Feisty having a flash out of there, but now caught is Peach and deleted. Los Grandes flipped the script, and Drake Hero looking to go forward. Moonlight Vigil doesn't find anybody. I thought that was a very ungenerous hitbox there. I thought sure that would have clipped somebody, but Feisty able to stand tough here, gets sturdy onto Curdy. Oh. That's a bar, ladies and gentlemen. Emperor's Divide not going to find its mark, really. Zonya's trying to buy a little more time, and it kind of does. It's a 3v3 here, but one of those 3 is Duda, and he
hit the queue. Never mind.
Massive right now. Just orb walking.
Storm Racer, baby. He just hits an auto attack and then chases them all down. Now really it's the game surely in their sights.
Roodood, you've had many a based call of no, watch how this is going to go the rest of the game in my time broadcasting with you. That Stormrazor one, you hit the nail right on the head. Once Duda got in range of literally anybody this game, with the Calibrum up especially, the range was never even a problem. GG's over to Los Grandes. They moved to 2-0 now, Roodood. A very welcome surprise here. And Fluxu, I mean, if you watched our tier list, right, it's like, look, we are not expecting a ton from these two teams, but Fluxu, you saw the potential, right? The names were there. You've got, some CBLOL staying power, which is the question of when or if these imports do kind of, do gel a little bit. But Fluxu staring down the barrel of an 0-2 right now. But for Los Grandes, you've got to be feeling really, really good about things right now.
Yeah, and why shouldn't they? I think that the fact that they come away 2-0 on a different weekend, it's entirely possible. On a weekend where they play VKS, I don't think that they would have expected this whatsoever. They get to go away from this weekend undefeated. They odds are they could well end up top of the table as well. I mean, actually FourY4 play, so they'll probably end up 3-0. But if Pain Gaming find a win here, then we may get to see some good stuff up ahead. But I think that's an excellent start for Los Grandes, finding themselves 2-0 to start off the season. I don't think any of us were going to expect it, but they've managed it.
Yeah, and again, obviously it's not the Fluxu result that's the surprising one. It's that big win over Vivo Cade Stars yesterday after Cade looked so good in taking down the other, one of kind of the top 4 that we were expecting in Pain Gaming, looking very good there, but then falling in a shocker there to this Los Grandes roster. And for Los Grandes, they're done for the rest of the day. Then they've got Leviathan next. So yeah, like you said, looking like a 3-0 start. And if Loud doesn't get their what together, maybe 4-0, right? They've gotten themselves in a pretty good position here for some solid seeding, just trying to avoid that little 5, 6, 7, 8 play-in that you will have to go through.
I mean, they probably are looking for a top 4 spot with like a win over VKS is nothing to snub your nose at.
No.
You could definitely get in off the back of that if you consistently prove to be this good. Then maybe they can, and maybe they're actually just a team who's top 4. Like you said it in the podcast as well. We always get one team wrong. Maybe it's Los Grandes.
Maybe. And they've got a really good sized fan base in Brazil as well. So the more orgs that have a good sized fan base behind them, the better it is for the scene as a whole. We're going to take it to a quick break. When we come back, it is Pain versus FourY. Both teams try to right the ship a little bit. Well, actually, no, FourY is fine. Pain trying to right the ship a little bit here, but they've got some sturdy opposition on the other side. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. Pain Gaming versus FourY4 as Roodood still playing guess and check with the camera.
I just keep on sitting up and sitting down. It's just not a good day for me, man.
Saw your eyes light up when we came back. I was like, oh, yep, he does not like that. But this should be a little bit more of a heavyweight clash. FourY4, if nothing else, looking really good so far. I'm excited to see with my own two eyes for the first time what Pain Gaming look like. They've if the current thing isn't working, which it kind of wasn't, go back to your ex. And that's exactly what they did. They brought back Tinones and Robo, the guy who Pain Gaming fans were calling Judas not too long ago. But one split of Roamer will change so much how you feel about former mid laners.
What? Okay, FourY4, give me the lowdown on Roma. This guy was playing in NACL. He was doing fine, and then he came to Brazil, and what happened?
Look, if there are Pain fans in the chat, they'll probably yell at me. He wasn't good enough, especially for kind of the standards of Pain, and they want to be, still fighting for championships and whatnot. And after, to be fair, it's not like they got rid of Dinketo. Dinketo decided, I don't want to do this anymore. So he kind of, if you want to not be charitable, left them in the lurch. But if I was a Pain Gaming mid laner, I'm not sure my mental could handle the constant scrutiny that I'm under. And so Romer comes in, and I think that was it. It's just, he wasn't good enough. I don't think he was bad. And I think also he had a couple of very high profile oopsie moments, right? Very visible,
Jensen doesn't press R kind of.
Exactly. Stuff that really sticks in the memory, which didn't help. If the mistakes are, less visible, then, I think he comes out with a bit of a cleaner bill of health, if you will. But yeah, it wasn't good. So now they brought Tinones back, who was a casualty of the AD mid meta, but it seems like
wasn't he retiring as well? Didn't I hear that right? That he was leaving? He did retire. Oh, okay.
And then it got so bad that Pain Gaming, it's the Thanos meme. It's, and where did that lead you?
right back to here. Exactly. I like it.
But Robo
it's good to see him back.
Yeah, no, look.
He never left for me. He was here when Loud were winning everything, and then, I come back. Oh, he's on Pain now. Nice. Okay.
Yep.
What do you know?
Pain Gaming famously, not the last time they won a title, but 2 times ago, right? The glory days that they kept trying to, when they made the 5 or 6 straight finals, kept getting second place. The glory days that they were chasing were with Tinones and Robo as their 2 solo laners. That was Tinones, Robo, Karaoke, Lucy, and BRTT. Long time ago. Ancient history.
Shout out Lucy.
Shout out to Lucy. Real ones know that they were a respawn inhibitor away from taking down a Mad Lions team that in that same tournament went to finals against W1D2 and were themselves 2-1 up. Before not crashing and burning. Look, if you go 2-1 up on that down one roster, I'm not even gonna call whatever happens afterwards crashing and burning. They deserve the flowers for that. But anyway, that was a weird little, that was their wrinkle into international play. But Roodood this time around, all eyes are going to be on the solo laners, and it's unfortunate that I think the expectations for this team, because of Titan's off the field shenanigans, have kind of tanked what this was supposed to be, which was supposed to be the super team season. And look, I didn't have high hopes for it as we get to a draft here, because super teams just
never work.
Exactly. It doesn't matter what the region is. You and I have seen super teams come and go in Brazil in our years covering this region, and in just our general League of Legends fandoms, we have seen this never work. And now Marvin dropped into what I think is simultaneously as on the red side here. I'm still getting used to R1 being first pick. That's still going to take some getting used to. But you get to pick either do you want side selection, or do you want first pick, right? That's the whole thing this year. Marvin, I feel like, has been dropped into simultaneously the best and worst situation for him, because if you are just an AD carry that is able to just kind of sit back and click and just kind of do your job, you should be fine on this team. This has so much experience. On the other hand, it is Pain Gaming, and about a week ago, the expectations were sky high for this team. And so now, rightly or wrongly, you're going to be compared to a guy who was on the Rift, one of the best to do it in Brazil.
Yeah, without doubt, and those are just some of the accolades that you no longer have. I mean, this roster itself has got literally tens of CBLOL titles between them. You're looking up against a FourY4 roster, which are again maybe a couple spread about over the course of their time here. And I do think, though, that being said, that's more so a experience versus what we're expecting. I mean, coming into this game itself, FourY4 are the hot shots, right? There's a very real expectation that they could be our representative at International. Tatu, probably the best jungler that we have in the region, and if they can use that as a means to an end here, then they're going to have a very good ending. Is the point I think to make.
Yep, FourY4 they definitely are playing with a chip on their shoulder. That Think Hard roster almost beat G2 at MSI last year. They kind of set a new standard, I think, for Brazil. And Cade, look, they acquitted themselves nicely in cross conference and maybe a little underwhelming at Worlds, but hey, you won a game. You didn't finish last. But I think as much as that sounds patronizing, I get that, but the bar has to be somewhere. So FourY4 definitely playing with a chip on their shoulders. They ran back the same roster. Everyone except ThinkCard is back and looking to avenge that lone title that they did get. And Tuts, speaking of guys that have something to prove, Tuts and Tinones both, because Tinones' exit from the CBLOL was not exactly graceful, especially during the AD mid meta. He was not good, and I think he would tell you that himself. He was bad, but now with the meta being a little more comfortable for him, Orianna, one of the oldest champions in the book, someone that he should do very, very well on. But Tuts, he was just straight up bad at the end of last split, at the end of split 3 of 2025. But they're running back the same roster. We're going to do it one more time. Getting into draft proper here. I've been a bad play-by-play here, not teeing up my color.
No. I enjoy the walk down memory lane, I'll be honest with you. Especially since as well, this Akali getting locked in here was blind. Tinones then counterpicked himself. With the Orianna. Typically, the Akali here, one of the picks that you take into Ori. So we'll see if Tinones is really just saying, hey, Tuts, bro, you ain't got it like that, or if it's Tuts returning back to some of the form that we saw from him at the start, maybe, of 2025, with the Akali and the capability to just go crazy in any given instance. And obviously, they had 2 games yesterday. They came away 2-0. Pain just had the 1 game yesterday. They ended up dropping it. So very different looks for their opening day, and we'll see whether or not they can bounce back into second day of this CBLOL.
Zehen, we did see a little bit of Zehen yesterday, and I think it was Gigo himself that piloted it. But again, going to be taken away here by Robo. And speaking of a guy who actually has had the script, as far as recency bias is concerned, completely flipped, is Robo. He was someone who, on that Loud roster with Griffin, that everyone was hoping would be something a little more. Because I think deep down, we all knew. And I think if you thought otherwise, you're lying to yourself. If you thought Griffin was staying in Brazil for more than 1 split, I've got a beach house I could sell you in Montana. Because that was never going to happen. He's up in NA, but he left, I think, with the good grace of the community. A very emotional farewell video saying,
he's grateful for what it did.
Yeah, literally through tears, saying, "I'm so glad that this was my first professional team, because I wouldn't have had it any other way." So leave him with the good graces, certainly of, I think, any thinking men, if you will. But Ezreal picked up as well here. So as we see this, the team comps kind of shaped up here. We're kind of going to round out the composition on the side of FourY4 here. So Gigo will be on the Wukong, and I think, imagine those top 2 are going to get flipped. But Varus still very much, he is still strong. Roodood, what have we seen out of Varus in 2026? Is it more of the same?
Bro, I hate this champion, man. Like I truly despise this champion. In any competitive game, when we play Poke Varus, I just despise it. It doesn't have the damage to carry a team fight, and that for me is like the biggest problem. He has the ability to win games, but he doesn't have the damage to carry a team fight. Do you know what I mean? Like there is a distinct difference there where right. His poke can win you a game, absolutely, but it's so underwhelming, it's so not intuitive and so boring to watch. Give me on-hit Varus every day of the week, and I'm there for it. But, for me, right now, Varus with poke, it's just I'm falling asleep at the wheel,
Yep. We'll see how he ends up playing this. I mean, look, you've got, the composition into it, that you're playing into it, has no true tanks. I mean, you've got Leona, who's going to be balling on a budget, so maybe you could make that work, but it's going to be poke into poke, and it's going to be poke into an AD carry that can play with a little bit of range and can play with a little bit of shiftiness with the arcane shift, can get out of some troublesome spots if need be. You do have scaling on the other side, so it's not like if the poke Varus doesn't get going, you're not dead in the water, right? You do have the Akali, you do have the Jax, and Gigo on Jax. We've seen this movie 1,000 times. That if he gets going on that champion, he can do some really disrespectful things with it. On the other side, Pain Gaming. Wow, yeah, talk about a trip down memory lane. A Korean support, this top side, And I mean, but the exact opposite in terms of seniority, with the AD carry spot, not BRTT, will be Marvin. But he's someone I'm still worried about because I mean, the book on Marvin, look, Fluxu W7M was not kind to anybody last year, but
true.
Marvin in team fights could do all right, but when it came to the laning, it simply was not strong enough. And that's, I think, the thing I'm worried about in this early game, that it could get very, very out of control if he doesn't have a good time, especially into the poke Varus, right? If Tatu or Ayu, excuse me, does opt to go that route and kind of throw down the gauntlet, is the way I see it, is say, hey, you're not a very strong laner. I am, I'm still Mr. Potential as far as I'm concerned. The Justin Herbert of the CBLOL, for anyone that gets that reference. But Ayu, if he can put Marvin in the dumpster here, this could get out of control really, really fast.
Justin Herbert is an American professional quarterback. Okay. All right. Well, okay. I didn't get it, and I'm not going to get it. I was hoping for a little more flavor out of Justin Herbert, and I think that's maybe the point that you were going for.
Yeah,
the whole thing.
Coolest thing about him right now is that he's dating Madison Beer.
Oh, I see. Is Ayu dating Madison Beer as well, or
no?
The Brazilian Madison Beer?
Yeah, you know what? Maybe on the sneak. Maybe on the low. Maybe Ayu,
yeah,
that the babyface assassin we would all love to.
He's on the Brazilian Madison Beer trend, and maybe that's the case. Are they fighting?
Looks
like they're fighting.
Do move in silence. Pain Gaming does not.
Yeah, they
move
are
in
fighting.
Silence, no.
Guys,
touchdown.
Observers, hello.
Yeah, they're painting the cinematic version when really we just wanted our health bars on our top-down view, as God intended. So, Tuts put into a locker and had the combination scrambled a little bit. Carioca going to walk away with his first kill, and he should be well on his way to level 6. We talked about the early clears and how those are started a little bit earlier in Season 26 here. But yeah, so feeling a pretty good spot here. And Tinon's going to get a slightly friendlier recall. Robo going to get a slightly friendlier first recall as well. Feeling really, really good about that. Roodood, thoughts on Zehen in the early goings here as far as what you have seen? Marvin and Kuri are going to get traded back here. Not a fantastic trade. Just kidding. Ooh. I lied. Marvin plays that very, very nicely.
Immediately cut to replay, bro. Like, we do not care about that.
Oh, boy.
Anyway, this is Tuts just walking into 3 people, it looks like here. Yeah, he gets caught by the 3rd Q from Carioca. A good thing he doesn't flash. I mean, at some point, somebody's going to flash after him. So I like the looks for him. And as far as bot lane power goes, it's good to see that Marvin and Curry actually putting their hands on on Ayu and Jojo early on. So we'll see whether or not they can punish and capitalize on that. Touch using the Shroud here very early. He might find himself in a little bit of trouble as he doesn't quite dodge the dissonance or the command attack. And yeah, he's got D shield. Yeah, he's got a health potion still ticking, so he's probably fine. But me in my head, I see low HP, I get scared. But mid laners, they've been playing this game for at least 2 seasons now. They know that they can just second wind their way back up to safety and absolutely be fine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, until that level 6 mark, you're not, trembling in your boots, as it were. And Tinon's, you kind of talked about, okay, what's the rationale for counterpicking yourself, as it were, as Robo may be in a little bit of trouble here.
No, I may have been wrong on that. I want to say as well, because I know that they now can randomly swap during draft, which I didn't realize until I saw them do it a little bit later on. So entirely possible that he didn't counterpick himself and that he actually got counterpicked, which would make more sense.
Okay, fair enough. But based on the way this is going right now, Tinon's happy to take the fight with Carioca waiting in the wings. Tuts spots that as he throws out the Q1. Not going to rip into that. Or excuse me, the E1. My apologies. But Tinon's, look, the guy's comfortable on a control mage. So maybe this is just comfort. Maybe this is just, look, I know that I'm not going to get my butt whooped, right? I know that I'm not going to give you an advantage either. As on level 3, Curry goes immediately in here, gets the W up as well. To get the split screen view. Robo, though, yeah, he's someone I wanted to talk about, though. He was phenomenal on that Loud roster last split. It was almost all the upside with absolutely 0 of the downside that we are used to from this rolls a 20 or rolls a 1 sort of player in Robo. And I mean, just a great environment for kind of Griffin to take his first steps into professional League of Legends. And I think really unironically, I mean, as what might stun for viewers to hear, if you, like Roodood, maybe took a year off, Root might have been the weak link of that roster. It was the top side, just running riot through the games. Root would have his games now and then. Actually, now that I think about it, speaking of mid laners that didn't cut the mustard last year, Jewel for For Loud did really not do much at all. But Robo, we're gonna see if he can continue that, or if being back on a team with Tinones just reawakens old demons. Again, like getting back with an ex, right? You know it's a bad idea. It brings out the worst in you. But have we grown up? That's the question, to make a terrible extended metaphor a little more extended for Robo.
Just to really give some people at home some really bad life choices that we're consolidating here. To sum up what FourY4 just said there, get back with your exes and see what happens, you know?
And roll the vibes. Dice, baby.
2026 for the plot, you know?
If it didn't work last time, maybe it can work.
It could work this time, guys. That's the FourY4 message.
You never know until you get your heart broken again by the same person.
Said the married man.
Very happy to be out of the game these days.
The happily married man.
Look,
yeah.
The hairline is thinning, the self-confidence is waning, the waistline is expanding, the back is hurting. But you know what? we got the important stuff taken care of a couple years ago, so that's good. Tut's now level 6, which I didn't have on my bingo card. It looked like Tinones was kind of bossing this lane, but Tut's first to that crucial break point. Tinones can't be too far behind, though. He comes back with a blasting wand, and on the other side, coming back with an amp tone and a little bit of jewelry. But just the first kill there for Pain Gaming. Karaoke, again, just trying to get to that level 6 before his opposite number. And it looks like he should, but Tatu keeping up pace pretty nicely. Here's the first dragon spawns, and Karaoke looking to be the first one to establish some semblance of control there as his bot lane looks to get back in time to start that up.
Yeah, and we've been talking a lot about, you know, various things that aren't League of Legends, largely because this game is you know, pretty run-of-the-mill thus far, and in that sense, we've got no quests being finished. You know, we're super early on still, lots of small trades, but no actual kills going across, other than that first blood that was picked up by Karaoke, which pretty much is the only thing that separates these two teams. Not a lot has happened. That being said, we are seeing some positioning around the bot side right here, as finally we get to see Tatu hop over the wall and get engaged on.
A little bit of jockeying there as Kuri waiting potentially to go in himself. No level 6 from anyone, though. Just Tuts and Tinones, just the solo laners that have hit that crucial spot. Are they going to get in time? Going to take the scenic route here. Tinones
top lane as well
up here as top lane. Yeah, maybe try to. I think maybe a TP was started and interrupted there as JoJo gets the heck out of dodge. Marvin taking a ton of damage. He has to be careful. He can do a lot of damage, but the arrow goes out and does get a piece of his opposite number. Big damage coming in on the other side, though. JoJo might just escape by the skin of his teeth. Tuts gets a little bit of healing down. The auto not going to be enough, but the second one will be from Tino.
Oh, go top lane, go top lane, go top lane.
The observers do, in fact, go top lane. Gigo, not enough mana to finish off Robo here, but he will get away to almost crash there. Only 2 kills on the other side of the map, though.
Yeah, and you know, importantly, a 2-for-1 overall there in favor of Pain. Gigo going to stick around, and I mean, Robo, by the grace of the river gods here, found himself some honey fruit, so he's able to actually come in and crash this wave. Gigo looking to try and keep it outside of his turret and look to really punish Robo for what was a very, very close fight. It looks like Gigo was playing on the edge quite significantly, but you know, managed to get the passive from Robo despite finding the disadvantage there, or not having a revive more so than anything else. Actually comes out on top in that fight. No dragon went down though, FourY4, and it felt like that was what we were really fighting for, with that still up in contention. Interested to see where it is that these two teams end up laying their die where it comes to well, with regard to that first dragon. But we take a quick look at this fight, and I must say IU did a really good job to begin this fight by chunking Marvin out. He's found access to the Ezreal here and got a couple of extra auto attacks on him as well, including that final snipe. But he mispositions, he overextends, and he gets caught out by a double shockwave. JoJo feels like here that this heal, that 70 extra health, could have been enough, but Tuts walks in for one auto, just a little bit too many, and he ends up catching one extra stray clockwork windup. 2-for-1 overall, and Gaming, again, going to be quite happy. Again, this team, lower expectations than FourY maybe coming into this split. They've built up this super team, and maybe both of them are going to be one of our contenders for that international berth, but it's going to be a long road for them all, and I think that this game a really good indicator of what they can accomplish.
Yeah, I think they very well might. Let's see how the rest of this game plays out. And I mean, does look like it's going to be still into that poke Varus, right? IU did get that first kill. He's one of 2 lanes for FourY that has an advantage here, as Tatu able to grab all 3 grubs. So a nice little early game objective, a little win more objective going over the side of FourY, but Pain's still in the lead as far as the gold is concerned. How do you see as far as the scaling is concerned here, I mean, Zahen has the revive. He's gone kind of, standard keystones and whatnot. How does he scale, essentially, especially compared to the Jax?
I mean, I just saw this morning a massive LPL pop-off on the Zahen. Unfortunately, it wasn't versus a Jax, and Jax typically a very good answer to the Zahen. Obviously, he's a champion that relies very heavily on his auto attacks and his Q to be able to reset said auto attacks. But Jax, one of these champions that can stop those and block them in their tracks. So Jax actually does very, very well and very favorably versus the Zahen, and you can see Gigo actually there. Working his way towards his Trinity Force really early on, you can see that Robo took a bit of a pit stop at those tier 2 boots to try and weather the storm of this matchup, but it's only going to cost him as we get a little bit later on. That Trinity Force is going to be picked up by Gigo, and then Robo's going to be so far behind. He actually has to take a recall off the back of that really bad trade, so Gigo will get an extra plate here, and Jax as well, one of these champions that actually now takes turrets exceptionally quickly. He's not going for the AP build, which I'm actually a bit more of a fan of. For the Jax, you go Dusk and Dawn, you go for the Zhonya's, there you go. That's the item I was looking for. But now fighting on that bot side.
Now the fighting does indeed start. Cataclysm goes out. True Shot Barrage as well. Wombo combo fantastically done by Pain. They got to finish off these low health bars, though, before Tuts potentially turns this one around. It is a kill traded on either side. Jungler down 480 carry. As Pain equalized it 1-1. No dragon to fight over just yet. But yeah, taken very nicely there. Excuse me, no, dragon was just taken. My brain has caught up now. Thank you very much. And Gigo has got himself a Trinity Force.
A little 1-for-1 there, and overall, again, with the dragon going the way of FourY, I don't think they're going to be too sad about this. I think their scaling later on is largely reliant on the fact that they can side lane very well. Yeah. This fight does start off very well. They get double Chain of Corruption into a double Cyclone and an excellent bout of damage, but unfortunately, one of the issues that you're going to see and why I think that this FourY composition is going to be much more favored for side laning is they have no damage if they look in a team fight situation, right? Like, we're looking at the consistent DPS of this composition. It is completely absent. Yeah. If they don't blow up their first target, if they don't play these long drawn-out lanes and look to take those fights there, then they are going to struggle heavily. I think if we get to these 5 versus 5, you've got consistent DPS from Ezreal, from Ori, and that's where things become a lot easier for Pain.
Yeah, it's. I think outside of the Jax, who, like you said, if you are relying on your auto attacks as a League of Legends champion, you're going to be okay. But on the other side of things, as far as the explosive upfront damage, it does feel a little boomer bust with the Akali, and especially with that Varus, as we have you've made your grievances known. I think I do share most of those. If nothing else, just the vibes of a poke Varus are very underwhelming.
What solo kills enemy AD carry, as we say that. That'd be the.
I was like, am I gonna eat my words immediately here? As Shockwave traded there for perfect execution, as Tuts able to take down with the flash, very nicely done. Maybe...
Does he live?
Oh, that's unfortunate. No. I thought maybe that would have been enough, but not going to be, as a 1-for-1 is traded. And now Corey gonna follow up just barely out of range of the Zenith Blade after the Solar Flare goes down. You see on the bottom there what that quest does get you.
You know what Tuts is thinking right about now? Message sent. Like he let Tinones know what the source was, okay?
And that's I think that's absolutely fair enough, as Robo goes over the wall and goes right back.
They want this guy dead.
Direction. That flash felt a little insane to waste there, but hey, eventually you get 3 summoner spells? Question mark.
Yeah, they'll take it, I guess. Really good play by FourY on this top side. I think that Gigo is going to be their route to success this game. I can't emphasize enough how little I value the team fighting that FourY has, so I really want to see them look to do this split push thing and try to do it well. I think they've pigeonholed themselves into that style that they're going to have to force with this composition, and if they do it well, excellent. However, they struggle and they can't break open these turrets on the side lane, which I'm just letting you know, you saw what Gigo did to that turret in 3 autos, he can do it. If they can't find space for him to do it, though, that's then where the problem falls. And the good thing is that they should always have mid-prio. A Varus versus an Ezreal, Varus is always going to be able to push that way faster, so they should be able to play to those side lanes quite easily.
No, this is very true. No, I'm glad you kind of bring that up, right? Because that is kind of it's the mid game recipe that I think is under talked about. Is okay, yes, can you side lane as a champion? No, we'll get back to that as the Chains of Corruption does go wide. Shockwave, though, the follow up. Well, the Shockwave, no, not just yet. That was the Xin Zhao, whose name is escaping me right now, but IU going to flash his way out of the back of the Dragon Pit. So not totally well worked there, but hey, you got yourself a kill. The jungler is down, frees you up a little bit on the map.
Yeah, and I mean, for Pain Gaming, their name of the game should just be group, right? If FourY are looking to split push, you're looking to group. You're looking to use the strength of your composition to take these 5 versus 5s and hopefully make them work. Because at the minute, if you try and just play side lanes, FourY are going to have your pants and probably walk you straight down with them. So Gigo, you can see trading very, very aggressively and very successfully. He's just baiting in here, trying to make sure that Curry wastes a little bit more time, stop that recall as best as possible. We do get to see a little bit of a replay now of the 1v1 from the mid lane. And Tuts, I think if he didn't backstep one time, might have been able to find the kill initially and maybe live. But I mean, that must be on the brink of what it would have required for him to fall. Take a look up at that top side as well. So good ulti, it must be said, by Robo. Clone over the wall by Tartu to get over and follow him. The knockup actually gives Gigo time to jump to Tartu, so it actually ends up working out for him. And I mean, we come back to live, and Gigo has either forced out Robo or made him recall. He pushes the wave, takes the turret very quickly, and this Jax is going to be a massive threat.
Yeah, no, Gigo is going to be a capital I issue right now. And another pick here, potentially, when I say another, a pick potentially here, very nicely worked there by FourY. Finally using all those pick tools, kind of one in great succession right after the other. That felt like, as far as that, apart from almost that straight up 1v1, the first big chains of corruption that IU has hit here.
Yeah, and that's about as good as you can get, really, for FourY. You're going to pick your first kill, and you just have to hope that Pain Gaming aren't going to try and chase you down after all of your cooldowns are down. And this instance, they didn't. They spent a little bit of time getting some plating gold onto Tinones and didn't really look for the fight in response. So they'll be quite happy with that. They take their second dragon, and again, for a composition that we're expecting to need to... I'll call it play a little bit tricksy here. They're not going to be playing the stock standard of League of Legends where they look to try and 5v5 and out team fight you through it. They're going to need to try and use those side lanes to make something a little bit better work for them. As it's worth noting there, Marvin only just completing his role quest, which means it's been about 2-3 minutes here where IU's been getting farmed more gold per minion, which is obviously very, very bad for the AD carry on Pain.
Of all positions. Yeah, not exactly where you want to find yourself. Speaking of Pain Gaming and things not going well, the mid laner for Pain Gaming meeting an unceremonious end. And just like that, Roodood, FourY, I wouldn't say firmly in control of this one, but as far as 16 minutes are concerned, look, you could do a lot worse than 2.5k gold, as it might be more coming in here. Gigo not willing to go all the way in on that one. Marvin able to potentially shift over if so needed. But IU and company, it certainly seems like the mid game is being played out a lot more intelligently here by FourY. They've taken some risks, and they've paid off. Now Gigo, with the follow-up there from the Chains of Corruption, is the damage enough? Curry will go down. IU, I thought that was an overextend there. I thought that was bad news, bad decision-making by FourY, but it all worked out.
No, I mean, Curry's jumping in there. He's got a little bit of healing coming in from that first item pickup. Don't ask me the name, but he's doing an effort there of trying to defend his tier 1 turret, but there's just far too much health there. I don't know how you ever think you can step up into Gigo, into IU as well. They fire a Chain of Corruption in, and they're quite happy to take down the Leona. Just an extra donation there to the Gigo Cash Fund, who's 1,700 gold up over Robo. We look at the bot lane, IU 2,500 gold up over Marvin. Has completed his Muramana, or Mana Mune at this stage, I should say, versus just the Muramana that's, or just the tier even, and the Caulfield's Warhammer that have been picked up by Marvin. So significantly further behind, and I think that IU is going to go back to base and probably extend that item lead a little bit further as well.
Yep, just how we saw in the last game, able to slingshot your advantage, especially again with this Poke Varus. Look, in the late game, right, doesn't have the damage of a traditional marksman, obviously, but if you can get ahead of the curve and stay ahead of the curve, especially into a composition like this one with no true tanks for Pain Gaming, I really do want to stress that point a little bit more. If they can keep IU safe and use the CC tools that they have at their disposal, which are plenty, and you've got a disruptor in the backline in Tuts, there's just going to be a lot to keep track of in a 5v5 for Pain Gaming. Like, I do agree the team fight kind of plays itself out a little bit better for Pain. It's more telegraphed. It's easier to see how it works out. But if FourY get the jump on Pain, they can end fights very, very quickly.
And that's obviously going to be their goal here, up 4,500 gold, sort of almost returning to the power that they had at the midpoint of 2025 here. 2-0 start to the split from yesterday. They come into today with probably the most daunting opponent from the weekend, but obviously looking now with Pain in a pretty strong roster, having lost game number 1 yesterday, or their first game yesterday, and you can see that Gigo feeling confident to walk up and step on Robo.
Ooh, nice CC immunity there from Robo. Timed it very nicely, but the True Shopper, or excuse me, the Chains of Corruption lane. True Shopper actually goes on the other side. Robo just barely gets out of dodge. Ultimate down for both top laners, actually. Grandmaster at Arms goes down as well. A lot of ultimates blown there, actually, just for essentially nothing. But FourY, happy to keep their foot on the gas here, up 5,000 gold with objectives spawning in a minute and change. What do you see them prioritizing here, Roodood?
We're probably looking for the dragon here. If you're FourY, you've got 2 Drakes already. Let's try and find that third. I think that the Mountain Soul is going to make their side laning even better. Oh! Oh, dear.
Good noise.
That's bad business. That is bad business there from our man in the mid lane. 2, 3, and 3 relative to the rest of his team. Probably having one of the more difficult games on this FourY side.
Yeah. Again, Tuts did not end the season in anyone's good graces. I made the joke on the podcast that Tuts has done his own career arc twice already.
Yeah.
In his career, gone from nothing to exceptionally high highs and back down to tier 2. And then back, given a shot in CBLOL, gone to exceptionally high highs. You are right before the theoretical going back to tier 2 in 2027 for Tuts.
No. This is not what we want to hear.
No.
But you're right. You're right.
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't been... it's not been smooth sailing. And the mid lane pool, especially as far as Brazilian mid laners are concerned, with Tinone's back, it's gotten theoretically a little bit stronger here, but the mid lane pool has never been fantastic. I mean, Romer and Jewel were, supposed to be the hot new prospects that were going to raise Brazil's mid lane pool back to its glory. I mean, shoot, as far as Brazilian mid laner is concerned, House might have been the best Brazilian mid laner last year.
FourY4, are we ignoring what Robo just did what Robo just witnessed happen? What Gigo just did to that turret? That was disgusting.
It's just Jack's things. I don't know. Maybe I'm numb to it. You see the big chunk go and the demolish and whatever. Like, it's like, oh yeah, this.
Okay, but we're setting up for this dragon now, and I will say Tuts has a good angle.
Ooh, Tuts has a good angle, but Ayu kind of really just disarming Karaoke immediately. Pops the Crescent Guard. Gigo going to jump in with the teleport. FourY kind of getting decimated here, but Marvin, not a ton of health in his own right. Gets hit by an arrow. Jojo just barely able to not hit that W. Tinone's still doing okay. Has a decent chunk of health here. Shockwave already blown, but little by little, as Pain fall apart, so do their chances at the team fight. FourY played that one very nicely, using their gold advantage to their benefit, and now got their sights set on the Baron.
Yeah, there we go. And I mean, that's a fight that's been in the works for a good while here, and FourY will be happy that they were able to take it, honestly, so convincingly. Surprising that in this 5 versus 5, Pain couldn't put up a little bit more of a fight, but unfortunately, they just didn't quite have it in them. I don't even know that Robo was particularly present for that TP in from Gigo. Definitely very powerful, but now Robo trying to do things 2v5 here. He does find one.
You do get one out of Jojo there, and now with him and Tinone's here, the boys are back in town, but the Baron is taken there by FourY. Yeah, this is not done. The story has not been written yet for Robo. Now Tuts, there goes the revive. That cooldown flash relatively short here. Tinone's over the wall, does not have the shockwave just yet. Just now came back off cooldown. If he had that, I think Tuts was absolutely dead meat. Do they want to go for it here? This feels greedy. Robo not able to connect the first hit there.
Yeah. I mean, now they've got to get out. And that's really tricky. There's a turret cutting off their escape. There's a Wukong flanking them. There's a recall and a potential TP in from nobody, actually. So they're probably fine, and they can just walk it out. And I think that when all's said and done, getting 2 kills out of that, probably not the worst thing in the world. And how they actually deny this dragon is going to be really important too. Jojo's going to come in to watch the Drake go down, which, good job. But I don't think they're going to be able to stop anything. This knock-up comes through, and then everybody leaves. Yeah. Tatu gonna flash? He has no flash.
He's getting it unseen. They have no idea he's there. And now with the knock up there, Jojo tried to go back in. Might just be okay here as the Crescent Guard goes out. Tatu falling up there on Karaoke. The cavalry has come back as Pain Gaming do lose 1 there.
Well, you know what, FourY4? Color me surprised that works for FourY. They did indeed find Marvin. And they were able to take a kill back. They're probably going to be able to work their way through some structures as well. Good cleanse from Ayo. I don't think it was going to get him with the stun, but good to get out of dodge just in case. And for Pain Gaming, they take the dragon. They stop that Baron, honestly, well within its tracks. That was pretty much the disastrous start. Oh no, go back bot lane. Let us see what Gigo does to the turret, please. Oh, okay, never mind.
I need the big chunk. I need it in my life. Curry gonna pop the W, but not long for this world. Shockwave. No, it's not. That's not. I keep thinking everything's a shockwave. Something's wrong with me today. anytime someone's clumped up, my brain goes into dopamine seeking mode. Kill secured there. Another one there onto Robo. Corey went down a little bit earlier as well. FourY4, it feels like deja vu all over again for what we saw last game. Pretty much an identical position. You're up, it's about 6,000 gold off the Baron. Try not to encounter that same hiccup that Los Grandes encountered in this spot of the map here. I trust FourY4's macro far, far more. And to kind of, pull on the broader thread for this team, that was kind of the knock on FourY4. It wasn't that, I forget where I heard this, if it was on the podcast, if it was Trajan or Brent RMC, I apologize. But the knock on FourY4 was, as Karaoke maybe in a little bit of trouble here. Tatu going to pop the double cyclone. Tuts goes forward, blocked off by Kuri. Chains of Corruption do land there. They've got to get the heck out of Dodge. Marvin trying to deal damage there with the True Shot Barrage over the top. As Dinzao does go down, Karaoke will find himself in the gray screen. Jojo in and right back out. Robo giving chase, though. Solar Flare not going to find its mark. That's a big tool. Not going to be available for Pain Gaming to keep giving chase.
Yeah, and look at bot lane here. Gigo not even a part of this fight. He's got the Baron at his back. He's okay. Observers, let me see the Jax take the turret, please. Oh my word!
Holy moly!
That's what I'm here for. That's what I'm here for, baby.
Gotta get hit by a shockwave. Rips the Zanyas. Doesn't even matter. He's gonna get out. Yep, gets the flash out. Marvin.
That's no ward.
Every
Minions.
single ability as you.
There we go.
Slow does land there. Maybe you've got a shot there. Yeah, Tino's not giving up on this here. Grandmaster at arms popped. Again, no flash. Just trying to get a stun off and maybe a little bit of healing with that Rift Maker, but not going to be enough. Not even close, actually, as Ego does pay for his sins. Without an inhibitor, I might add. That tower was fun to watch, but inhibitor's still standing here for Pain Game.
Okay, 4x4, I have the opinion that we get one of these each season, and I think that was appropriate. An appropriate time to use it. Imagine if you had a real weapon, dude. Like, that would have been wild.
There it is. Yep. That's your one.
Thank you very much. I'll take it, and then I'll never cast a Jax game in my life, and it'll be well worth the hassle. As I mean, this is a bold chain of corruption, but I have to remember that this is an ulti that is on a 45-second cooldown in the late game, so I'm not too worried about it.
Yeah, I have to remember that too. I will say again, say what you want about the poke Varus, but I do say IU building this pretty well, right? Muramana Yomu's is kind of a pretty standard one too, but the Serilda's immediately into third item. Actually, how do you feel about that into this composition? Is it fine?
Serilda's.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. It's poke virus. Who cares, man? Like, they just build items that damage armor, and this champ does damage, you know?
Just build enough stat sticks, and eventually you will kill somebody.
Something will work.
Yeah.
Oh, deja vu here in the top side as Robo ultis over the second wall.
This exact play before as Robo having to blow his flash. The ultimate already popped here. I think the revive is back. No, he doesn't have the little guys, the little wings on him, so he will go down the old-fashioned way, as that tower was taken a long, long time ago. Little by little, FourY4 expanding this lead up to 10,000 gold now. Looking to dot some I's and cross some T's. Roodood, for Pain Gaming, I mean, what was the... Cause I'm trying to rack up...
Come back next week for Pain Gaming.
Where did it go wrong for you? Was there one moment, or was it a series of unfortunate events?
No, I think that they lost their heads around that crucial dragon fight where we saw them get sort of 5-4-0'd and they didn't actually get any kills. Again, it's this Orianna composition that doesn't really do Orianna things. There's no actual shockwave combo that really makes you fearful. And we see Tuts here. He's probably in a little bit of trouble.
And that cooldown on that Chains of Corruption, man, just so low, like you said. Yeah, it kind of feels like as 2 kills go over to the hands of FourY4 as Gigo going to dodge some autos here. If that Solar Flare doesn't land, then the True Shot Barrage gets so much harder to hit, right? That the Shockwave...
Oh, Tatu sending it.
You are entirely relying on the Leona. That's a nice Shockwave. How about that? But FourY4 just too big, too strong for too long. They get sturdy in the Pain Gaming base, and they're going to take down a tower and probably an inhibitor to boot here.
I mean, I'd be surprised if the inhibitor is where it ends here for the Ezreal wave clear is not going to be good enough in this instance. And with just Karaoke up in 10.
Much longer than I gave them credit for. Yeah, this should be just game here for FourY4. Curry getting shooed through here. Not much that Marvin can do. FourY4 move it to 3-0 as the mid-game mistakes that reared their ugly head last split feeling a lot like they are a thing of the past, at least so far in this split. There's plenty of time. Teams to refigure out how to take down this FourY4 roster. The Pain Gaming dropped to 0-2 against stiff opposition. It should be said. For Pain Gaming, the Doomers out there, I understand it's in your DNA, but you have faced probably the 2 best teams that you're going to play. It should be all uphill from here.
Yeah, that's the hope, right? Is that they played VKS yesterday, they lost. They played FourY4, they lost. And in fairness, their next game is up against just as big a name in Loud, which is later today actually. But we'll see if that game goes awry. Then we start to have some questions. But if they end today 1-2, I think that they can be nice and happy and probably not too disappointed with where they are.
100%, right? I mean, Red Canids is the only one kind of the, you've got the big four. It should be Cade, FourY, Pain, or it should be Cade, FourY, Red, top three in some way, shape, or form. Mm-hmm. And then Pain should be that fourth, because the floor, if nothing else, should be incredibly high with this team. Or relatively high, I'll say. I'll use that word. But yeah, of the big three, like you said, you've played the two. You kind of got tonked both times, which maybe
doesn't bode well.
Bode well, exactly, right? You didn't put up a ton of a fight, and like you said, you can blame that on the draft around the Orianna wasn't that good, right? But the fact of the matter is, they never even got a chance to play the game. So I guess again, you could take these two schools of thought. One, that makes you frustrated because you didn't get a chance to play the game. But two, if you would have gotten a chance to play the game, maybe that competition works out a little bit better. Maybe you get to see a little bit more return on investment from your competition for Pain Gaming. But right now, they got to go back to the drawing board. They will get a shot at redemption, like you said, Roodood, a little later today, though. For FourY, though, procession.mp4. That was easy as you like.
Oh yeah, just roll up, quick 3-0 on the weekend, go back home, play solo queue, come back next weekend, rinse and repeat. That's their hope here.
Yeah, feeling really good. And I mean, I it was awesome to see Cade do what they did last split, especially in cross conference. And into Worlds gave themselves a solid showing here. But I still think back to what could have been at MSI if FourY had shown up and gotten their most actualized self at international tournaments. So for me, as far as what can raise the ceiling of this region, as far as what our highest ceiling international representative is, it's hard to look past FourY. I think any of the big three could give teams at first stand a little bit of a scare, if nothing else. But we shall see. But like you said, Roodood, FourY off to a dream start right now. They are absolutely rolling. We're going to take it to a quick break, though, in the meanwhile. And when we come back, it will be, as I pull up the schedule here, because I let that get the better of me, Cade versus Fluxu. That should be interesting. We'll break that one down a little bit more when we get back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for being here, for sailing.
I'm in frame.
League of Legends with us. Roodood is in frame. The vibes are, I think, immaculate is the word we're looking for here. As we get ready for another game, it will be Fluxu versus Cade. Roodood, Cade need to get back on the horse here, but Fluxu. I don't know if it's. I feel like Trajan, man. I just can't quit House.
Bro, they need to go to the stables. Like, I don't know. They're still so far away. Is that not the point? Is that not what we need to say? After we saw game number 1 and the game that we saw, yeah,
we did see a game, but again, it's like 5 people showing up for that team fight. In theory, yeah, okay, like that's what happened. But in practice, maybe something a little bit different is what you saw on your screen there. But Cade have to get back on the horse here, and they do. Dropped a little stinker yesterday. 2 Los Grandes, the team that Fluxu lost. So we might get is the rock paper scissors in play here?
Yeah. Transitive properties versus rock paper scissors.
Beautiful.
We need to see which is which.
Which stupid ism will prevail?
No,
today.
Which philosophy actually?
Apologies. That's on me. That's on me. I'm still calling it isms in the big 2-6, man.
That's on you.
Yeah, but this should be. I mean, look, Cade should win this, right? This should be pretty kind of cut and dry. They are the better team here. But Fluxu, I mean, they're staring down 0-3. Again, no one goes home immediately, right? You still get to go into this play-in and play your best ofs no matter what, which is good, and I'm glad that that's the case. But Cade have a lot to prove here. I mean, especially, look, they brought in I would wager to say, as far as international signings are concerned, yes, the PCS is kind of going, look, they've seen better days. Yes, that CFO team kind of got picked apart. But you got a top 8 at world support to come to, with the greatest of respect, Brazil. Look, CL, man, you love him or hate him, what he has done with Cade and his ability to attract free agents, right? And again, say what you want about Trimby, but he was good for the level here. He helped them get to kind of that next rung here. But I think it raised interesting questions about where the leadership is going to come from, right? Because Trimby can speak, better English. Kaiwing's English, I don't know how good it is, but it's not as good as Trimby's. I promise you that. And be able to kind of communicate in the kind of the nitty gritty and the thick of things in League of Legends is something that we have seen fell even greater teams. And so DeSamus, I feel like it's saddled with that mantle now of speaking of guys like Pro Delta who were rookies not too long ago, and now we're like, oh yeah, you've been here for 5 years, right? The excuses start to run out here. But DeSamus and Kaiwing, right, and the backbone of any League of Legends team is jungle support. But this combination, seeing how they evolve, is going to directly dictate how this team does.
Yeah, because on paper, this has the power to be probably our top 2 jungle support duo that we see, if not top 1. I mean, you're going to have a challenge going against Tattoo Jojo, but that's not without its challenges in itself. It's not impossible either. So,
and that's why you said top 2. Like, that's a very jungle support. Like, look, this is another really good jungle support. It's Kaiwing, for crying out loud.
Yeah, and I mean, Kaiwing's playmaking capabilities certainly right up there as we do get into the draft here. So we'll see if he can sort of right the wrongs of yesterday almost. We were not expecting them to take a defeat at least this early on into the split. So they've got a job to do. Fluxu, they've got a job to do as well. You say VKS have to get back on the horse. Fluxu, like we say, they need to do a lot more than that.
Yeah, they need to get on the horse, period. Not just back on it. They need to find it, get their foot in the stirrup. Get out of bed, as our producer is saying in my ear. I don't mess with horses. You will not see me within 10 feet of a horse. I don't trust them. But
have you ever played Hecarim?
Yes, but that is as close as I've gotten to a horse in my life. I think that's how we'll describe that.
Yeah. Well, fair enough.
Which is a champion that we have seen a little bit kind of here and there, right? She's still present, right? Kind of outside of that big 3 of Jason Malphite that have been banned, I think, pretty much all day today, if I'm remembering correctly. Rise being banned away from Miru, who we have seen him on the rise a little bit, but how much has Rise been kind of rearing his head this split? I feel like I haven't seen him towards the top, but you tell me.
The horse. Oh, hold on, sorry. that would have been all too coincidental had they actually locked that in there and decided, Hecarim's the pick we need to take this game. No, I mean, Rise is actually, I think, probably next rung down tier. If we don't have Ori and Azir, I think you're taking Rise in the next bout of games. I do think he's got a good number of counters, though, so you can take things like Cassio, Anivia as well, or Thanos champion. So please pick or take that if you ever get the opportunity to play against a Rise. Obviously, expecting to see a little bit more range be picked up by Fluxu here, as they are, honestly, I'm probably not expecting it at this stage. They are just going full all in. They've got Corki for short range, they've got Xin Zhao plus Ambessa for dive, so it's all in, it's go, 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 and VKS, it's whether or not they want to try and match that.
Yeah, if they want to match that and what they do match it with, right? Because like you said, it's not that these short range compositions can't work. It's the margins that you leave for yourself. So we'll see how Fluxu wants to tackle that. And whether this Corki is going to go into the mid lane or the bottom lane, that is still technically a question up in the air here. But, if I know House, I think he likes a scaling champion. So, but we'll see. You're leaving yourself that flexibility. I would like to see a little more range because, I mean, that dive, like you said, it is a lot of all in, but you can get countered off pretty quick here, right? You dive into the wrong part of the brush, and guess what? You get slammed into the wall by the Orianna. The short range into a rumble does not lend itself nicely, obviously. Short range, if you don't hit everything just right, chains of corruption, and then you're all clumped up. So it's. Do you feel? Am I cherry picking here, or does it feel like three really rough champions to play short range into?
No, it's a myriad of disaster. Is the easy way of putting it, to be honest with you. So we'll see if they can pilot this pretty well or not. I love the focus toward the support role on both of these sides. Obviously, with Nico and Bard being taken off the board on one side, we've got Rakan being taken away on the other. So no real, we'll say, leg room left in that support role, other than we go forward, we engage Mark, or supports rather.
Yeah, Nautilus Leona still up. Like you said, it feels like the S tier supports have kind of been taken off, right? Nico is the S tier support on this patch. Bard depends what league you're looking at. From what I've seen, he's seen more presence in Korea than in China, but he's still up there. But again, you've got another, 4 almost melee range here champions. But look, for the grief that I'm giving this Fluxu composition, you do have a decent amount of. Well, do you have a decent amount of CC? It really is just Leona. I mean, you've got the knockback from Xin Zhao. No, never mind. I'm still worried.
I mean, the thing that
doing out of it.
Yeah, the thing that I want to talk about in this game is the fact that Nico actually made it through the entire first round of bans, and didn't get picked. Right, like this feels like a blunder on both sides. That neither Prods nor Kaiwing want that onus of being the big playmaker. Instead, they're just happy to play what is stock, what is standard almost here, and now we get to see what these typical engage supports are going to be able to do for them. Blind pick into the mid lane here for Miru. We'll get to see what it is that he fancies. Azir open, instead going to be completely left in the lurch, and it's Talia, it looks like, that gets locked in.
Still present. I think some people thought that Talia was just gone from the game now because of something to do with role quests. I never quite understood that take. She's still so strong. The Ahri, first pick of the year, though, on the other side for House. So House in the mirror, Ahri versus Talia. Roodood, this is a ton of damage coming through on the VKS side.
Yeah, and I saw a little bit of this earlier. My problem is the team comp engages really, really well. Actually, this is very similar to a comp that I saw just this morning in the LPL, where you have a boatload of damage, but you have no synergy on VKS, right? You've got, maybe you can argue, Supreme Display of Talent alongside Rumble and Talia if you want to build the wall for the Kiana, or knock them into the wall for the Rumble ulti. But who's frontlining here, right? Like, who's going to stand forward and say, I'll sit there and take the damage? Maybe Kaiwing at a stretch, right? But we know that Alistair's damage and his mitigation is situational, to say the least. So I am concerned, and I look at this Fluxu composition and don't think that it's completely out of the realms of possibility that there's a chance for them to take a game.
Yeah, no, they've put themselves in a decent spot here. Kate are just going to have to kind of out hands, but that's the other side of this coin, right? With these very kind of solo queue compositions, for lack of a better term, if they get rolling, the snowball should be unstoppable. And with the players themselves, just combining that with the champions that are piloted, these are better players. Pretty much roll for roll. That's not to slander Fluxu necessarily, but wow, a Fluxu fan. That's crazy.
That's to slander Fluxu fans.
That was slander.
They exist, huh? What?
Parentheses derogatory.
Parentheses derogatory, indeed. And I mean, hopefully, like you say, pound for pound, we're not saying that these players are worse. I think in particular, you're looking at mid lane, House has been. He's been a solid mid laner for a good number of years. Equally, there are times where House
mid laner last year.
Yeah, exactly. And he sometimes does just put up massive numbers.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he's against Miru, who I think, for me in particular, has actually been one of the almost more clutch players. You know, he came over a couple of years ago, and we were kind of like, "Oh, what's this guy got?" And it turned out he had pretty much everything that we needed, and he's performed really well. Taking the ghost in this game as well to try and circumnavigate some of the dive threat that exists on Fluxu, I think is a really good adaptation.
Yeah, yes, I agree. And I also agree with the fact that Miru has been an absolute godsend. He has been, I mean, domestically, what he did, I think, unfortunately, recency bias and what, his performance internationally being kind of subpar. But look, with the greatest of respect, you got to take kind of the international results with a bit of a grain of salt, especially if you are a Brazilian team. The odds are stacked against you internationally. So I'm not going to hold that too much against him. But he's expected to dominate domestically. And again, like you said, you're going against a guy in house who, okay, maybe the winning doesn't necessarily follow him in recent years, but the raw numbers and the individual, in the individual playmaking and the individual damage output, that has always followed House. And that's why he keeps getting chances in CBLOL. Whether you think he should or shouldn't is a separate discussion. But there is clearly something with this player. And like Trajan, no one in Brazil can quit this kid. So he will keep getting opportunities if he keeps putting up numbers like this. This conversation, there's something else I wanted to ask you, Roodood. I mean, with Cade, you kind of talked about how, who's going to sit there and take the damage, right? And that's kind of my big worry is this composition does feel like if you had another meatball, to me, it feels like this VKS composition can play backwards and absorb pressure extremely well, right? If you had another body there, the way that bold Miru DeSamus can navigate these fights should be seamless.
Yeah, they can kite really effectively, surprisingly really effectively, right? You throw river cues at people as DeSamus, you're harpooning people as Bowl, you're making people walk through your landmines as Miru. Like the possibilities theoretically do extend beyond just we can engage pretty well and do a lot of damage. They also have this ability to absorb that engage quite strongly as well. So there is going to be this element for Fluxu of, well, if we go too hard too quick without all of the pieces in place, we might end up just getting torn down as well. And we'll keep our eyes out for that as Miru. A little bit of an aggressive recall here. Fluxu, is ProDelta going to look for a flash?
Whoa, he is! Flash Q into the charm.
Really well played, really well played.
This was, I mean, like you said, you don't get the kill, but that was nigh perfect execution.
Yeah, and unfortunately you then remember that this is early game Ari and you're playing level 2 Leona because Miru didn't even flash, he didn't even ghost, he just went, oh cool, pretty buttons, and just walked out. Yeah. He tanked literally everything and still lived, so it's...
with a perfect CC chain.
Yeah, exactly. It went as well as it could have done for Fluxu, and now they're down a Leona flash, so good job.
Yeah, suboptimal, but yeah, like you said, Miru stood strong in the face of, a lesser player would have panicked something right there. As Peach not going to find his mark with the Wind Becomes Lightning Bolt, able to sidestep that one.
Just his presence here is enough to make Bowl hate his life right now. He took Ignite instead of TP, so he can't get back to the lane. He can't go back to base and just YOLO TP back in on the wave. -1 on the cannon as well, but didn't actually get the freeze to stick as soon as that recall comes through. Obviously, he knows that he can just step up, and honestly, with the Ignite as well, you start to think about whether or not you might look for a dive.
No, absolutely. Like we said, this comp is not short on damage. That's for dang sure. Going in here
Pro
the side of Fluxu, now ProDelta. Bao going to get bonked into the wrong side of the train tracks, but able to get out with the Valkyrie and the Flash. Now coming in here as Kyvan flashes away. Peach follows up with his own Flash. Wind Becomes Lightning Part 2 connects, and that should be enough to set up Bao of all people for first blood. But turned around now is the damage, and DeSamus
double buffs.
So does Morteus. Cade said, I will take your first blood, and I will raise you a 3 spot. Cade take control in the early game.
Yeah, nice little 3-step down on that bot side. It is very, very powerful to get this Varus rolling early on. We talked about the power of the poke last game. We got to see it, and it's no surprise here that with Morteus and DeSamus finding 3 of these early game kills, VKS probably in a very good position. Fluxu now really need to be worried, and I think that they fought with seeing Peach on the top side. They'd be able to get away with a little bit of an early fight, and for the most part, they were right, but Peach came back in. And then they immediately turned it back around again. So we get the pro view here. It's DeSamus, and I actually thought they're focusing the wrong side of this, going for the Corki, but the angle was too good. Turns out DeSamus misses pretty much everything in the initial engagement, so just does his best to do as much DPS as possible. But manages to find a double Q there. and then is able to use his E to continually engage the Corki down on the spot side. Really good play, and I think Morteus, more so than anything else, comes out on top from that fight.
Yeah, he's feeling really, really good right now. I mean, him and Desamis, that 100% KP, Kai Wing as well, right? Just getting every ounce of gold you could possibly milk from that, aside from the first blood. But obviously, in the face of a 3-for-1, first blood who? And now you have, in theory, priority here over this dragon. Miru up, a non-negligible amount of gold as well here, opting into, well, Talia items early on. No damage at all.
Yep.
So he should be able to get the push, right? He's going to be able to just spend his mana a little more freely. And he's got the more impactful ultimate, it needs to be said. And the counter around him is stronger as well. So Dasam is probably feeling pretty good about starting things up on the dragon side.
Yeah, once we hit level 9, that's when the Ari wave clear really starts to not be matched, right? You can't particularly do anything versus Orbital Deception, just clearing the backline without any recompense. So before then, the Miru are going to have a good run of things. At that break point, maybe we'll have to start seeing a few more trades come to bear. But you can see, obviously, Morteus here with some really good early game damage. Charged up Q, if it doesn't go through minions, no diminishing returns means that you're getting a big chunk of HP down, and Bao here sticking to the old school Corki build. I must say, folks, if you're playing Corki at home, have a look at Essence Reaver, have a look at Infinity Edge, because I think those items synergize really well with Corki's kit right now. You get a Sheen built in, crit is always really strong, especially with 200%. Please take a look at it, have a little wonder, and see if you can make something work with it as well.
Yeah, what exactly were the changes for Essence Reaver?
Because it's got a Sheen now.
Yeah, okay.
Which is pretty much all it needs. And Corki, maybe he's going Essence Reaver and Tier, but I think both of those together is definitely overkill. And when you get Sheen on Corki, obviously good stuff happens, and it enables you to go for more crit strike.
Yeah, kind of in the other parts of the build, it feels like it lets you use your 6 or 7 slots, as it were, a little more efficiently. The Ignite does come down here onto Curdy, as Bull going to get the Flame Splitter shield up, and now misses the ultimate, but will wave clear if nothing else. Comet out as well. Curdy played that kind of close to the edge there, but with that Hex Drinker, able to stand a little stronger in the face of adversity. In there with the Zenith Blade. On to Kai Wing is Pro Delta. Morteus is going to leave his AD carry out in the dust. Bonk, says Pro Delta, and thank you, says Bao. He's on 2 kills.
Yeah, nothing more but a good gank from Peach here. Maybe looking to try and set up for a dive onto this bot side, onto this Varus, or instead just push the wave really quickly. And I think that's about as good as they're going to get. But this is now solo XP for the Varus, who's already about half a level ahead over his counterpart. And yeah, they get the kill, they give it to Bao, but what is that kill going to mean in the long run? The Corki doesn't even go back to base, actually stays out on the map. So without having anything to go back for, we don't get to see that gold put into effect in this laning phase. And as soon as we end up seeing Pro Delta show mid lane, there's a very real possibility that Morteus might look for a good fight against Bao down bot side.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't be surprised either, or as well, I should say, as the items, no full items have come through here, but Desamis pressing his advantage. Something that, I mean, especially on these carry champions, I mean, the Desamis is good now. Arc is old, but I still, I mean, speaking, he was on Fluxu not too long ago, right? On that quote unquote super team of him and House and Brunsey, and shoot, I think Gigo as well. Gigo and I think Jojo. Yeah, that was that line in 2023 that was supposed to take over the world, and instead face planted at the final hurdle, as a lot of these teams do. But Desamis, especially on carry champions, oh, hold on a second, he's going to find himself a kill here. Who's it going to go to? That's the only question. It will go to Miru. He's on the board with his first kill of the game, little by little. K to find themselves at a 2K gold advantage, but it's really been led by Desamis. Kai Wing will come good. I have faith in that. I have faith in, not to use that term, but the systems at Cade Stars, the infrastructure, has proven to be too good. They've earned my benefit of the doubt. They started slow with Trimby last split as well. It took a little time for him to get bedded in, but once he did, holy moly, flash perfect execution, traded here with maybe one more charge of his odd or his ultimate, could get in there if he can hit that charm. Bull will get hit by the charm, but will throw down the
and go for Curdy here,
for Desamis. Yeah, Desamis able to grab himself a kill. Curdy was not long for this world. As soon as he showed up, he was toast.
Yeah, you got to protect your top laner there as Desamis, and he does exactly that. 100% kill participation currently on the Kiana, in exactly the right spots at exactly the right times, finding picks in the enemy jungle, going top to protect his top laner, and enabling now an extension of a lead into the mid lane, as Miru was able to find a couple of plates in this mid lane, a couple of waves that are unanswered, and House moved up to the top side. He got the waves that were top lane, but he didn't get any of the plates. And he was, sharing a little bit of that XP before Curdy ultimately died.
Curdy giveth and he taketh away. There's clearly a lot of mechanical skill with this kid, but I'm not even gonna like rag on his decision making that much here. I think he thought he had an opening, and I thought he did too, to be fair. But Desamis, right place, right time, and Cade again just add to their lead here, right around 3,000. As the Dragon going to be
Desamis is 1k up over anybody in the game, like his team included. He has so much gold.
When you put it that way, it really does hit home. Well said. Yeah, he has a monstrous lead here. Yeah, his next counterpart, 700 gold, right? He's 700 gold ahead of Miru. They are on the same team, famously. Profane Hydra has come through here. First item picked up by Miru as well. No completed items on the other side. If they can keep it that way, this Dragon should be free Roodood.
Yeah, and that puts them up to 2-0. And again, we talked about the fact that as this game gets later, we tend to worry nameplates off about how well the red side composition would function without that front line. But when they've got this lead, when they're working towards a snowball that is already rolling down that hill, you start to think, well, it's probably not going to be too difficult and not going to be too long before the good stuff starts to come to roost. And that second Dragon is going to be but a drop in the ocean of a soul that is potentially on their way as well.
Yep, and we've got some decent souls on the books here. Charm not going to land. Wind becomes lightning. Does clip Kaiwing. Does he want to go back into that one? He says yes. Pro Delta comes in with the solar flare over the top. Kaiwing, are you looking to go back in? There's the Crescent Guard. Pro Delta with the flash E. I saw the vision, brother. Got to make those swing plays when you're down this much, but it could come back to backfire horribly here. Another charm lands, but it's not enough to bail out his support. House did his darndest. Pro Delta fed to the wolves. 4 kills now up here. RBKS.
I mean, people, please go back, play a clip, and now look at Miru try and dodge every single skill shot because he did exactly that. Good charm.
Charm does land.
Oh, doesn't save him.
My goodness, just barely. I mean, that's a tilter. That is a tilter right there. House should feel aggrieved that he did not get something back there, but such is the way the cookie crumbles. And if not now, then this Dragon. Well, I was gonna say, with the double recall coming through down my way, Pings, maybe Fluxu have the right idea here. Could potentially make some hay here on this Dragon.
And crumble it is, unfortunately, for Fluxu here in this game. Hal's here with a charm going very wide. Again, dodges wind becomes lightning, and we'll take a look at how many skill shots Miru actually gets hit by. Has to flash out of the solar flare. Q goes wide here. Zenith Blade Flash dodged by Pro Delta, or another wind becomes lightning goes wide. And Miru's just got the fancy feet, right? This is why we're talking about the fact that domestically, this guy just has the source. He's not letting anything hit him. Not really in danger particularly at all, and then decides, actually, I'm going to go one step further. They don't get the kill onto Peach, but they're there to help Desamis and at least shadow him to get, well, I say get him out to safety. They did nothing, but they would have been there if they needed it.
Yeah, exactly. Excuse me. Pardon me. Curdy and Bull doing battle up here in the top lane. The Dragon's still untouched here, but Cade happy to play this mid-game out a little more methodically. As Desamis going to grab himself another kill here. Still at 100% KP. He's absolutely demonic right now. On an item and a half. Curdy almost with his first solo kill of the day. They will come good, ladies and gentlemen, eventually. And Peach just in the wrong zip code after seeing one of his teammates go down. Decided to go and inspect the body and did not find his mark. Curdy, I respect it, brother. It looks and feels horrible, but I respect it.
He might still look for it here.
To be fair, exactly. He might still have enough here. Gonna dodge the harpoon, only get tickled by the back end of that flame spitter. Surely now the window of opportunity is closed.
I'm not too sure quite what else they can do here, as Curdy is definitely, trying his hardest to get back into this, but we know Hexdrain can now shields up, so he doesn't get cooked all that well.
Yep, and actually went the other way on the blast. I'm surprised he didn't just take the safe route there, but Miru walk away with a kill. And Roodood, I mean, the last kind of couple minutes here is how it's like the worst way for Fluxu to just give this one away, because you want to make Cade earn it. You know what I mean? Like you have this team composition that doesn't fight as well in a straight up 5v5. It feels like a lot more things have to go right for Cade's composition to do what it wants to do. And as Fluxu, you're not giving them any opportunity to just say, all right, face up, square up. Let's do this in the river. Let's do this 5v5. And Cade don't have to.
No, they really don't. And I think that's the important part, is that they're quite happy just kind of chilling and waiting for this game to close itself out almost. Yeah, they're going to have to do a little bit of legwork here, but with a 7k gold lead 15 minutes in, it's a small jog more so than it is a full-on sprint to try to get towards that finish line. Yeah, they're a little bit pressured by the clock, but again, it's nothing that we should be too worried about. And I think that overall, they should just close this game out, send themselves to 2-1, and for Fluke, so it's probably going to be another disappointing week.
Unfortunately, that's certainly the way it's trending. And I think this one really is going to sting because you gave yourself, in theory, a pretty good draft advantage, but you didn't even allow yourself to execute on the win conditions. That's I think what's gonna hurt the most if this one does in fact come into does go the way we expect it to. The Desamas praise coming in on the bottom of your screen from CBLOL Twitter enjoyers, and I mean, yeah, this is not to take anything away from Cade. They have had a bit of an easy go of it, but still, Desamas is having one of the games of his life right now on this Kiana. 6-0-3 right now. I've got the Axiom arc into boot. Surely they don't chase this onto Kaiwing, right? Solofred doesn't find its mark. Pro Delta is having an absolute just, oh god, I feel bad, man. It's just not been a good day.
Having a Leona performance is what we call these, man. Right? This is and that's the icing on the cake right there. Truly. That's the worst thing that could have happened. Curdy getting taken down solo. He'd been able to withstand for as long as possible, but just couldn't quite do it any longer. And I mean, there's no wonder, really. The amount of gold that has been secretly added to Bowl, definitely not something to be scoffed at. And I mean, this is Lord not fair to put up on. Yeah.
That's messed up. That feels like there was an agenda there. With Peach giving them the most meek thumbs up of all time, and Desamas sitting on his throne there on the Kiana. The numbers speak for themselves. Yeah, and the graphic actually in English. Even if it wasn't, you would have been able to piece it together. You guys know League of Legends. But yeah, the graphic kind of tells the whole story. And now to bring up that Roodood stat you mentioned, he's up 1,000 gold on his next number. That is Miru. He's up 3,000 gold on his opposite number. It's been an absolute monstrosity of a game for both these junglers, really, however you want to define the word monstrosity. And it should be a procession. I mean, like there was what we talked about in draft. If this composition gets going, especially with the players piloting them, Roodood, you know, I think in 10 minutes, barring disaster, we're going to be changing shift and getting ready for the last two games.
Yeah, that's certainly seems plausible here as Ball finally, ignite down, lands double harpoons, which means that he can actually look to chase this. Good dodge step back there onto the public execution. A little flash in to make that solo kill come through.
Yeah, to make the medicine go down a little bit easier. Yeah.
I mean, it's a tough pill to swallow, regardless. Nice. For Fluxu, they are really struggling, right? Like they are 2-14, down 10,000 gold, 17 minutes into this game, and it's at this point you're thinking, thank God that they brought Baron back to 20 minutes because it might get us out of here a little bit sooner. Like the win conditions for Fluxu are just so far gone. Maybe a Corki fight later on into the game, can do something, but how's side lane, maybe? Looks good.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, let's make sure we get that kill into House's pocket. There we go. And that's that shutdown as well, as Bull had a hefty little bounty on his head. So, we're it's another American meme, but this one's a little more widespread. Chris Paul hits a huge jumper to bring the Suns within 42.
I understand that one. Now, I did work on a show that ran NBA products for a little bit, so I'm a little familiar with all of that. Okay. That's a good one. Within 42 is a very good line. I like that a lot.
Yeah, so that's kind of how that feels right now. Congrats, you got the shutdown. You are still just so
You're within 11k gold.
Exactly. Congratulations. The lead is still double digits. Okay, wait. Okay, I've heard Pi. Is it a 314? Okay, because I heard that in Valorant yesterday. I was up in the studios, and Oxy, my tiny goat, had one of the worst games of his life. He went 3-4-15. And at one point he was pied. So I didn't know that was like a thing.
I see. Well, there can be reverse pied, where that wouldn't even be reverse pied. Never mind. I'll come to that in a little bit later on. But if you extend it one rung down, right, like 3.142 maybe, and then you get 31 to 42 if we get to super late game. But that would still end up being with one team being pied.
Yep, it's where that hypothetical decimal goes that determines it. Miru had absolutely nothing to worry about in that one. House not really able to get the malignants going there. Desamas going to get another kill. 10 kills for the boy. As the pebbles come out, he will have to blow his flash, but small price to pay for just keeping on. I mean, he's on 3 items, Roodood. It's not even, it just hit 20 minutes. What are we doing?
Yeah, for a 10 kill glory, he's having a great time. He's fully loving life at this stage, so He's just going to walk around. This is those jungle games where you just feel absolutely invincible, and you just decide if somebody's caught out, they're not allowed to be on your screen, and those are about the only things that you can look for.
Yeah, these are the most fun jungle games to play. Yeah, this is where if you're playing a tank champion, you decide, you know what, it's Malignance time, right? It's if I'm rolling on the Amumu, it's Death Cap time. Why? Because I said so. I feel like being a grenade today. I'm going to launch myself in and blow you all up. No, I mean, Desamis is absolutely on a roll right now. Crit Bloom has come in. Again, 3 items for Miru as well, right at the 20-minute mark. Curdy caught with his pants down. And I mean, yeah, there's not even much more to say about this. It's like, you can't even like fault the Fluxu players for putting themselves in these situations. It looks so much worse than it actually is. Like the decision making, I mean, right? Because these are the types of plays you have to kind of make. You have to try to, okay, let's hope they didn't ward this bush. Let's try to catch him on the back end of this Baron play. But Cade, know that, look, the Baron is the prize. The Baron is not the objective right now, because they have to meet us here where we're at. Or do they?
Or can we just take it and hope for the best? Yep. Super Cone in does give a little bit of an angle.
Absolutely. And there's the shutdown. Caught and deleted is Miru. So there's your 1 kill. Curdy was traded back a little bit earlier, right? So it's still a 4v4. Not traded back. You know what I meant. So not going to go for it. But Cade, 3 dragons up to 0 still. Don't have to go for that Baron again. But Desamis is still going to lurk around here and make sure that Fluxu don't get up to any ideas.
I do think that the Desamis here, was looking for a little bit of a play there, maybe going for the montage moment, but unable to find it. And for VKS again, does this lose them the game? Probably not. For Fluxu, does it win it them? Equally, probably not. But does it make the game that little bit longer and highlight some of the pitfalls that we could end up seeing from VKS as we move into more challenging opponents? Absolutely, it does. These are the types of things that they're not considering, and it does highlight the creativity as well that exists on this Fluxu roster. We've got the super cones. Let's try and make something happen with them.
Yeah, no, I mean, I didn't see that one coming. That surprised me. You forget it's a Chemtech Rift, and all of a sudden, someone leaps halfway across the screen, and you're dead. They do have, I mean, if House with the Shadow Flame now, especially, you can 100 to 0 someone pretty quick if you just get a little bit of help from your friends. And again, it's not like this comp, it doesn't have as much damage as the Cade comp, but you've got 2 solid carries. This composition is not a bad composition. You see how it likes to play out. It's just the hill is much too large to climb now, in my opinion. Again, barring disaster, mid-tier 2 going to meet its end as Bull looking for a potential pick in that banana brush down there. Very tiny banana, it should be said. But Dragon, minute and change, so maybe that's where they set their sights. Still going to make sure that top lane is warded up. Maybe Miru can, play the side lane game, make sure that House doesn't get anything going here. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Where do you think they go here, Roodood?
Wait for Soul. With Soul, take Baron. With Baron, end game. It does almost play itself. Again, we talked about this for VKS, that they've got this 10k gold lead. They don't have to reinvent the wheel here. Let's just make sure that we're playing League of Legends the way it was intended. Let's keep our waves pushed. Let's ensure that there's not particularly any way to come back into this game. If we're feeling particularly bold, let's steal some jungle camps, But they're not going to lose the game in a fight unless they royally do something disgusting. And the next fight that they find should be around this dragon, should end up securing them a soul. And from there, good stuff happens,
It certainly tends to, yeah, especially if you are in the position that this squad is in, up 10k gold here as Peach gets the Crescent Guard out to just sort of delay the inevitable. Good ult there. Supreme Display of Talent does find its mark from Desamis. Pro Delta scattered to one of the 4 wins. Curdy to one of the other ones. Get the bounce house up onto Bao because it is time to roll. Curdy will go down eventually. Public execution, just as why the hell not? It's a 5-0 ace triple kill for Morteus. Another page in what feels like a lot longer of a game than 24 minutes, if you're Fluxu, I imagine.
Yeah, and I think fortunately is that it's probably not going to go on for another 4, let alone 24. As with VKS now, Soul at their back pocket, killing them is even harder. Their ability to take these team fights just became that bit better. So we'll see if anything else can spark some joy, can spark anything really for Fluxu as we go from the pie to the Snoop Dogg in the scoreboard.
Nice. Well done. Well done. We don't have the 007. No opportunities for that for an Agent Zero. But
and if VKS get 50 more kills, and in the time that Fluxu get 2, we can make everybody else in the Zoomers all happy.
You know what? We could. I hope we don't. I hope we make the Zoomers sad right now.
Yeah.
Speaking as a cuspy Zoomer here.
I mean, it's honestly the alphas. I'm going to be honest. I'm a Zoomer.
No, it's true.
It's
true.
the alphas,
Right.
which is the sad thing.
You're right. On to Baron we go as they clear out the western quadrant of the jungle, get the flash out of Pro Delta. Yeah, again, not much to do here if you're a Fluxu. But Cade, I mean, look, and they're not even going with the full cavalry here. Miru just content to stay here and say, nope, you're not going to get objective bounties. You're going to get absolutely nothing. You're going to get no sort of advantage because you know what? They don't need me over there. We can take this with one hand tied behind our back. That's exactly what is going to happen. Curdy, trying to make hay, though, on the bottom side. You got to respect it. The Baron goes down there, and the gold lead balloons to almost 14K now. Okay,
FourY4. If I'm assuming this is going to be the victory dance here for VKS, so we can hold off for a second. But I heard a lot of talk on the Gringos Liberados that there was a 5-year plan for CL, and I'm correct in saying that we're in year 3 currently.
Depends who you ask. The original 5-year plan, yeah, we're in year 3, but like after like merger and some of the roster getting blown up, CL has reserved himself the right to say no, we're pushing back the 5-year plan. At least I think that is what he said. I don't know because I don't know 5-year plans in general. In life or in League of Legends, I don't really mind paying much attention to those. As try as he might, Curdy went for the public execution. It wasn't a bad effort, to be fair. And if this game, the gold lead was closer, I think that play would have gone a lot better for Fluxu. But if not the 5-year plan, then this split plan has certainly gotten back on track, bouncing back from a disappointing loss to Los Grandes, who themselves beat Fluxu. So Fluxu, they're to the bottom of the pile right now. That's our rock, paper, scissors transitive nonsense. And Cade have got themselves very much back on track. You can only be what's in front of you, and they absolutely dumpstered an inferior team. It needs to be said. Desamis gets the ult onto the Nexus, and everyone's still alive. GG's, an absolute rollicking performance there from Cade Stars.
Yeah, Desamis ends 11-0-7 in this one, and it's honestly not close. It's a complete jungle gappening, and Peach here gets welcomed into the CBLOL with open arms and an absolute shellacking inside the jungle, as his Xin Zhao was no match for the Kiana that Desamis had, and really, you know, we start to look at the rest of the games as well. It was as to what Peach can start to bring to this roster, because so far it has been subpar.
Yeah, it has not been great. And Fluxu, look, I mean, very far removed from their super team days. I think they recognize that this is going to have to be a long-term play, but 0-3 just
5-year plan, if you will.
And that's the question: is will they? But they've got a long ways to go, and 0-3 is very demoralizing. And to just get your pants pulled down like that against, yes, one of the better teams in Brazil, but still, it just does not feel fantastic. It's just come down to mental and morale. And again, I worry for guys like especially Pro Delta, because I mean, House, at least he's on like a little bit of a redemption arc right now, right? He was one of the better mid laners last year. You can always count on individual performances from him, and Pro Delta's in a tough spot because he was on an awful team last year on that Leviathan roster. But supports are always going to look so much worse if the team is bad, right? Now, he did not. No, that's not to wipe away everything, because we saw a couple criminal ultimates that just did not land. And if you're Leona, if you have point and click CC, you simply have to hit those. But the team around wasn't doing him many favors as well. I think both things are true.
And he at the end of the day, he did make that really good play mid lane at level 2, where they didn't kill Miru or burn his ghost or his flash. But it did look really good.
That no one will remember at all.
Mechanically, he's still sound. However,
Yeah. So seems like, things might take a little bit longer to coalesce around him. But Housing Company, they're going to have a little more patience. And for Cade Stars, this is exactly what you wanted. A confidence performance. This is like, it's like taking your little brother out back and beating him in basketball. Just, after you had a bad day of practice, you got your butt whooped in your game. You say, little bro, we're going outside. And you just yam on him a couple times. Get your confidence going, right? To use a soccer metaphor, you see one go in off your backside, as it were. And then hopefully the goals start flowing again. Roodood, anything else from you, brother, before we get out of here and let the last two games
It was good to be back. That's all. It was good to be back. I've really enjoyed it. Hoping to be back a lot more often. So let's keep it rolling. Let's keep the CBLOL moving, because we're a really good region to watch, and we're going to be back again. Very, very shortly. So this should be good stuff.
The fun does not stop. whether you wanted to or not with the CBLOL. So for Roodood, I've been FourY4. We will be right back. And when we do come back, it will be, I should have this pulled up beforehand, but I don't. It is Pain versus Loud, and SuperBren and Trajan. We'll be taking you through that one. So for us two, we'll see you next time.
So hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, or we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of the world that we defy. A solo ride of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last light.
Welcome back, everybody, to the CBLOL English. My name is Trajan, back again for the second half of the day with SuperBren. Now, we've had some more normal results, I would say, so far, Bren. VKS is starting putting dubs back on the board. FourY is still looking good. Fluxu, sadly, have not seemed to materialize after a slightly promising Game 1 versus Red, but we have quite an important matchup here in Game 4, Bren. We have some important answers are needed for the biggest fan bases in the region.
Yeah, these are two massive clubs with massive fan bases, right? I mean, you see them every time in the studio. The Loud fan base is loud. Like the Pain Gaming fans are always just plentiful.
They're pretty loud as well. Yeah,
they're in pain. And that's kind of the start to the season has not looked super promising for either team. And I think for Loud, that's kind of expected. This roster definitely has some like developmental tendencies. They had to blow up like pretty much the whole thing except for Redbert. And as we're getting into draft here, I think the thing we're wanting to see is just like Pain at least has had the excuse of, well, they've played the two toughest teams in the region. But now you've got Loud in front of you. Like both these teams, I think their fan bases want them to show something. Like it doesn't necessarily have to be a win, but like look good on the Rift.
This needs to be the game that Pain puts a dub up on the board just to keep everybody calm. Yes, they didn't come and beat the two best teams, likely two best teams in the region, but that's, as you say, not that bad. They didn't look good in those games, it must be said. They really need to show us something here. And for Loud, them going 0-2 against Fury Pain, I think that's probably fine. They would certainly love to show a little bit more, and I think the fan base is ready to wait for it, but if they can get some positive feeling, they certainly wouldn't throw it away. Now, Loud on the first pick, right, or sorry, Pain on the first pick, Red Side first pick, had gone for the Jace. We have seen some heavy priority on Jace jungle so far in this split already. The answer from Loud was a Jarvan Sion top jungle, and now Varus locked in for Pain in the answer.
Yeah, Jace jungle has been a super duper popular pick this split. He's been played, I think, across like any pro league only once in the top lane, and other than that, he's just been slammed into the jungle and has been catching an insane amount of ban priority as well. So, you know, unsurprised by Pain's drafting strategy. It just seems to be like, hey, we know what the big powerful picks are, and we're gonna slap them down. And it's a great pairing with the Jace is to go with the Varus and double up on that long range poke capability. If you do want to play a poke comp, they are hard to execute, but you kind of have to commit to it. You can't go with like one guy who kind of wants to poke and play at a distance and everyone else who wants to go in. It's a little too disparate. So it makes a lot of sense them doubling down on that. Whereas on the flip side, you see Loud has opted for a very like straightforward kind of front to back style of fight so far. Sivir is like one of the quintessential front to back carries and has two big frontliners that can kind of snap engage for her at the moment.
We are so heavily focusing top laners in these bans. We are currently 6 top bans deep with Rumble, Renekton, Zahen, Malphite, and Bessa. Oh, sorry, 5 bans deep. Obviously, there's the Kiana going to top lane and Orianna going towards mid. So, Shino went early locked in that Sion. Robo, of course, is a menace up there. I'm expecting potentially like a Jax ban or something else just to try and take more carry potential off the board. But Robo's been around long enough that he's got a pool deep enough of carries and bullies that he can... I feel like he'll always have something. So we'll see how Shino can hold up into that. Obviously, the rookies of Shino and Margot, technically not Margot's debut in the CBLOL, but potentially his first full split if it plays out that way. Neither of them were sure things. They were both question marks as to how ready they would be for this level of play. Game 1, we didn't see much from them, so we'll see if they can stack up a little better. But that is into combined the most titles you could put on the Rift at any game of CBLOL, so we might be a little stressed out for the solo lanes again for Loud here.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough matchup for them, but to their like saving grace, I suppose, is, you know, the thing about Pain is obviously because of the off-season drama or the off-the-Rift drama regarding their bot laner Titan, you know, we've been kind of going, okay, Marvin is going to have to try and slot in, but the rest of the map should be so strong. You know, Curry, Karaoke, Robo, Tinons, those should be really big names that can kind of lighten the load for the young bot laner. But that's kind of the part we've been frustrated with, is that I don't think that the solo lanes are performing at the level we would expect from, you know, characters or players with that many titles. So while yes, Shino and Mago might be in for a rough go of it, there's a chance that maybe the Tinons Robo return home doesn't quite go to expectation. We see they've locked in the support pool, you know, was thinned out. It ends up being that my apologies, Rel coming through, and again, that just leaning this front to back team fight style continues to be what Loud is leaning into, a very classic style of play. The last pick here is for Robo.
See, we've not done the full committal to a poke comp like you were looking for. We saw Red do something similar, but they went with a Zoe mid lane for Kaze, so you had Varus, Zoe, Jace, and you could really feel the poke start to land. When they were actually playing around it, you could see the value there, but we have gone a little bit half and half. We've instead gone for the Ryze and the Poppy, both short range, both team fight oriented, basically sort of semi frontliners both. Like Ryze is pretty durable in the way that he builds. So we'll see if Pain can actually get the most out of this Jace in particular, if we're actually going to see the value of that poke into what is already a pretty darn tanky Loud comp with J4, Sion, and Rel, a Sivir who can spell shield to eat a shock blast, the Syndra coming in finally to go into Margot's hands, so a standard mage to slot into to round out this team fight comp. So we'll see what we get from Pain. I think ultimately, I think, yeah, they have kind of split the difference on the draft and would have maybe liked to see them go fully one or the other.
Yeah, I get why they're hedging their bets. They don't want to over-index it. Again, poke is really hard to execute, but I think you just lose a lot of the value of drafting poke champions if you aren't committed to it. You talked about that Zoe, and when you start to have all these different skill shots, sure, these high-level players, these pro players, they can dodge quite a few, but can you dodge 6, 7 skill shots all coming at you at the same time? And it just becomes really difficult to deal with that saturated damage, especially around those objectives. So we'll see if Pain can get the value of that sort of those two kind of pseudo frontliners you talked about. Poppy obviously has a lot of resistances to come through, builds a decent amount of health in the build, can be both a high damage dealer and kind of a disengager. The Keeper's Verdict offering a lot of value into that kind of front to back engage heavy comp that Loud has drafted. The Rise as well going to be a good pick into that comp specifically, but does it synergize with the rest of the team? That remains to be seen.
Oh my word, not the Pain fan throwing up the Loud L into the shrinking gesture that I won't fully mention on broadcast, but that's wild. That is such crazy BM I've never seen the likes of. The Pain fans, the traditionals throwing the fists up, that is the standard pregame from the Pain fans, but oh my word, that one Pain fan absolutely destroyed the Loud fan base in one gesture. That's insane. Okay, we're going to get onto the Rift, and to be honest, that is more or less the result I would expect, kind of gesturally, metaphorically. This Loud roster is a new beast. It's looking rough in their first game, but that has only seen one game, and we have seen Pain fold twice over so far in the CBLOL Cup, Bren. We're going to head onto the Rift just now, and let's see which of the two largest fan bases will be throwing some red meat today, and which will be waiting for that first win still.
Yeah, it's gonna be I think kind of the tone is gonna be set kind of early here. Neither team is going to win the game in these first few levels, but it's gonna come down to dictating that pace and controlling the map, especially when you do have those heavy poke champions. Now you could see the Varus perhaps opt to change his build, but with a Comet and then the first strike on the Jace, I don't think that's going to be the case.
Yeah, we are likely going to be seeing the Poke Varus. I think it's been all Poke Varus so far that we've seen. And okay, I think those lethality items are really stacking up well. The Jace as well goes into the Yomus and then into Edge of Night and kind of full lethality mode. There's no bruiser action, no tank Jace action here that we saw a little bit of in the last year. We could see especially the bot lane really getting stuck in with the 2 versus 2. Bull and Redbird, in fact, are chunking out Curry and Marvin.
Yeah, and playing aggressive early, it's before the Nico can get the damage online, right? Nico at level 1, assumingly has the Tangle Barb, so has the CC, but doesn't have the damage to follow it up, and neither does the ADC there. Marvin's not just going to be able to do much with just the piercing arrow, especially when it's on that long cooldown. So they're trying to take their space early. Like I said, set the tone, control the map. If you can prevent these, poke champions from getting set up, from finding space to do what they want to do, you can kind of close them down. If you make their life uncomfortable, I think that's kind of the goal for Loud. Loud has a simpler comp to play through, and thus is more willing to kind of just do stuff on the map.
Pushes coming through for Loud in top lane. Mid lane not quite under their control. Bull and Redbird using that Sivir pressure and the threat of the Rel in the brush to great effect so far. Marvin and Curry having to give them a wide berth. This Pain bot lane has not really been able to get a foothold so far in this season. We know that Robo and Tinones are reliable and are skilled and experienced enough to get through a lane generally fine. But Marvin being tossed in is a little of a different story. Margot, in fact, looking to punish Tinones, who has had to pop an early ghost. So I say that, but Margot getting the upper hand there.
Yeah, Margot had a really good shove. That Scatter the Weak got a big stun in, and didn't really have the damage to follow up with it just on abilities, but was just able to get down auto attacks that summon AoE damage, actually adding up quite a bit. And Tinones didn't really have any mana to respond, so has to just pop that ghost to get away. Probably could have lived without it, but just didn't want to take the risk. Did not want, Mago as a player, he's not always been able to stick out, but I'm going to have to interrupt that. We got a 5 here.
Ooh, stun onto Curry, not quite layered, but the first blood comes down still. Redbird's fallen to Marvin, and Bull's trying to get a dodge right there. Not much mana to speak of on the Varus, not much health on the Sivir side. A TP in from Robo is pretty far away. Still, the flash is forced by Marvin. So it will be a 1-for-1 and some summoners traded back and forth.
Yeah, 1-for-1. I'm not really sure who that favors. I think without the Robo TP, I would have said, that's what you can get for Pain. Like you were able to successfully defend that dive. You got a little bit out of it. The other team used their momentum, their time on the map to set up a play that ultimately went even. That's good for you. But by committing that teleport, I think Pain actually comes out quite a bit behind, because now Shino has able to get a little bit of a component lead up there in that top side.
Yeah, we'll see a replay of this, and they don't quite get the timing right here, so it's a little harder than it needed to be. I don't think it necessarily changes the outcome, but I mean, it's 1-for-1 kills on each AD carry, right? So both of them are going to get that gold. The TP from Robro does give the play over to Shino Scion, as we saw following in topside. So gold-wise, I think it's Loud's favor, but ultimately a flash down on the Sivir could present a possible target. Now, Karaoke doesn't really have much of a gank to offer. The Jace has an AoE slow on the Q if you can get into range, but if you can punish the Sivir, then sure, we'll have a different story there. But Bull has been able to go straight into a BF sword, so those Qs are going to sting already, and Marvin has to delay himself a little bit by getting the tier on board first.
Yeah, we're going to see where where they can opt to find some of that space, because all of that extra damage that comes through, Loud might be looking to dive again. A risky proposition.
We're certainly doing something. We're living in Pain's jungle right now. Karaoke is threatened on his Gromp, but Loud just really asserting dominance over that bot side. They're going to go onto the Dragon, in fact. Likely they will know what's going on the Pain side. They can see Redbird kind of trying to hold the line right there. But Karaoke's already hit back, so Loud will be walking away with that first objective as well.
Yeah, and Redbird knows about the vision as well. You can see that the ward has been marked. And he's sitting there on that ward on purpose, just saying, hey, like, yeah, you guys can come over here, but yeah. I know that you know. So, like, we can do this, but you guys aren't in a position to do that. And that's what I talked about. Loud kind of getting aggressive and taking that position on the map as early as possible.
More fights, more trades in bot side, but Bull tries to predict with the spell shield, doesn't quite get the timer right, still wins the trade anyway, because of how strong this Sivir is right now. That's going to be a big carry threat for Loud building up, as Margot and Tianans still going at it even in that mid side. Karaoke now on the top side. There's no caps for him to pick up, but is there a Syndra that they could look to dive? He's got first strike golden damage to come through. Margot sniffs it, Flash is traded. Here comes the burst coming through, and Karaoke seals the deal. Tianans and Karaoke even the score up, get a second kill on the board, and the gold now level.
Gold is level. They got a good push. There's a plate about to go down, but it might be coming back the other way.
Youngjae with the return into the flag drag, flash cataclysm, and Tinones falls down. Can he get away from Karaoke? A flash from Jace says no, and it's now 3-2 Pain, as Redbird flashing in the bot side does manage to stun up Curry, but there'll be no more to be had.
Yeah, aggressive play there from Youngjae. Maybe had hoped that Karaoke would immediately go off to perhaps counter jungle or something of the like, but Karaoke still in the area means that Youngjae kind of blew everything, all of his mobility and his flash to get in there and pick up that kill, and is immediately traded it back by the Jace. The gold still relatively even. It also does mean that Tinones was not able to pick up that plate that was so low in the mid lane, but kind of just a scrappy game so far. Again, Loud not letting Pain get set up on the map, but Pain still trying to find value where they can.
Margo dropping a ward this time. Doesn't want a repeat of what we just saw. We might see the repeat of it here. And here's the damage from that Jace. Even early on, it is pretty fearsome.
Yeah, it just has the acceleration gate down, able to just sit inside of it, wait for the CC to come through, and the empowered shock blast is really, really powerful. When, Youngjae comes in, again, blows everything to get that kill, and maybe if he had just like a little bit more, momentum, or if Karaoke had not had flash, there is a world where he gets out, but unfortunately that's not the world that Loud is living in, as we're seeing again, just this bot lane continues to just trade health.
Yeah, they are. But Bull and Redbird are really trying to push it right here, and I respect that for them. It does seem to be going pretty darn well. We mentioned in the preseason, looking forward to what Loud is playing for. What is the point of this Loud roster? And Bull coming in the AD carry role, and Young Jae, these imports from the LCK system, these seem to be the best focal points. We weren't sure about Margot and Shino. We didn't have the best opinion of Redbird after the last couple of splits, but these guys are definite talents to play for, and Bull is making himself known. Young Jae as well, having a better game so far than we saw in game 1. The Lee Sin did not quite achieve, I would say, anything at all in that FourY game, but so far the Jarvan's been able to get that kill back in mid lane, and we'll be able to hopefully set up Loud for a bit more success. Remember, they have this classic team fight comp. They've got a very easy way to play out this game. Pain with a little bit more of a mixed bag with some poke here and some team fight there, so perhaps the execution not as naturally synergistic as Loud's.
Yeah, and pretty notably, again, with Loud kind of controlling space on the map has been their MO so far, and I keep harping back on it, but for good reason. They picked up all 3 grubs, they picked up the first Drake, they're finding value, but a huge dive coming here in the mid lane, and there is no more Mago.
No, absolutely not. No amount of wards on the top side can protect you against a play like that from Bottas. Marvin on his own has been caught up. The Rail ultimate holds him in place, and Bull chucking down these auto attacks. One more Q might have to be doing it. It can't quite reach him, and Varus steps away. Redbird and Bull down to half HP, Curry around the corner. So Loud unable to answer on the far side of the map, and now Pain take themselves a gold lead.
Yeah, unable to pick up the kill, but are able to just force Marvin to back and reconsider. So now you're going to see Curry is holding this wave here, trying to give his ADC time to get back, and that's going to cost a little bit of that HP. Bull with the spell shield trying to find more value, but now he's got to be careful because it is a 1-on-2. The Rel still coming back from the base.
Yeah, I don't know if this was worth. Someone who's better at back timings would know better than me, but this feels like Bull has just kind of put himself slightly off tempo right here, trying to crash a wave that he couldn't crash, and now has to go back anyway. So it seems like possibly a little bit of a bait there, but maybe he just wanted the gold extra for the Yuntal Wild Arrows that he has just completed. So we are now a full item done onto Bull. The Sivir obviously scales up great into late game, is definitely serviceable early and mid. It kind of used to feel like this champion was supposed to be weak early, but I honestly don't feel like that's been the case for quite a while, as again, Pain are maybe looking for a chance around mid lane. Redbird this time, though, is here to cover.
Yeah, and I think in a past life or a past season that back timing would have been bad, right? You would have delayed that back timing, and even picking up the item might not have been worth it. But with the home guards and like the tempo of waves, you can see that Bull was able to just get right back out there to the Rift, didn't really have any trouble. And in regards to the Sivir, you know, being supposed to be weak in that early game, scaling up pretty hard, I think the thing is that, especially in this meta and this season, you're so happy to just sit in lane and kind of just be there and collect gold. Yeah. Like, you can see the massive CS disparity between Bull and Marvin, as maybe a team fight's going to break out here.
Robo and Shino treading on the front line. Curry with a flash in, catches 3 with a pop blossom. Bull will get the counter kill, and Redbird with an even better engage. And now Marvin and Bull going at it. This time the Sivir will not be denied. Barrier cannot save the Varus, and Loud Margo flashes in to complete a kill on Tinones. Oh my word, Loud have stepped up and stepped in. They get the kills, they even up and take the gold lead.
Pain, you know, prevents them from taking the dragon, but at what cost? You know, we were talking, just talking about if that Sivir is going to feel weak early.
What is this recall?
And
brother, man, that is not allowed. That is not allowed. You got too confident. You've only had one good play, man. Calm down.
And that could be a big difference, because with Karaoke back out on the map, you know, Pain might be looking at this dragon, and that's one less member that Loud can use to contest.
It's the fact he didn't even auto the tower, Bren. He walked up the lane, crashed the wave, doesn't auto the crystals, and then recalls in front of the tower and dies. That is goofy stuff from Marco, I'm afraid. The team fight was good, but certainly still a little bit of a fumble there. Shino did go back dutifully to the lane and get the play done, and Loud still in control of the gold lead, but they have lost the dragon advantage, one apiece right now. Now Robo could be in trouble. Young Jae looking to capitalize on an isolated Poppy. The knockups won't land for now. Robo trying to reposition, but that damage coming out of Jarvan is not to be sniffed at, and they'll get the kill.
Really good, just really good discipline there from Young Jae, waiting for the heroic charge to come through before he drops that flag and drag. Does not want to miss it. It's, you know, your big CC. And because of the desolating smash, the huge charged Q from Shino, it was forced out that heroic charge. Now I think they're going to pick up that whole tower in the top side.
I think they might do. They'll need to wait for another wave. We'll see if anyone can potentially answer. Robo does have a TP. I'm not sure if he wants to commit it right here. It might just live on a sliver. I think he is going to be back there in time. Of course, he mentioned the home guard, so he's going to be skating back real fast, and Shino's just going to have to let that one pick up a little later. Certainly, Bren, we can say, I think this is what we wanted, right? We didn't want to see another stomp. We didn't want to see either of these teams be useless again, and we've got a team fight like this to show us both the teams are here to play.
Yeah, both teams had really good plays here. It obviously ended up in Loud's favor, but a huge 4-man Pop Blossom there from Curry, and followed right back up with a great engage. The crash down with the Magnet Storm, just buying so much space. And by pulling everyone back into that alcove, you separated out Marvin and made Bull's life a lot easier, and just enough damage there coming through from Mago.
Oh,
now,
dear,
oh my goodness!
Oh
my goodness!
He got 2 tapped by a Scion.
Shino, I'm sorry, I was unfamiliar with your game. Marvin caught out all alone. And just ceased to be, and that's the problem with this particular Varus. I mean, I don't think any particular Varus actually would have had a chance into that Scion play.
You're donezo, I'm afraid. He just has to give it up. So Shino, actually, he's now 2-0-2. He's casually 30 CS up on Robo. This is actually a very strong performance we're seeing out of this Loud top laner, someone that we had seen a little bit of CBLOL time on FourY4 a couple of splits back when they were promoting academy players while they were doing roster shuffles of their own before the current iteration was put together. And Shino was decent. We saw some interesting performances on Aatrox and the like, but we were wondering if this was the right time to bring him up, and if we can get games like this against Robo, then that is certainly a good sign.
Yeah, I mean, it's still weird hearing exceptional performance from the Loud top laner, and it isn't Robo we're talking about. That's still like a little odd, but you can't discredit Shino, who's played very well. Might have to play very well to get out of this. You can see a number of these Pain members coming to try and get this dive off.
That's not happening, I'm afraid. The wave has disappeared, and Shino is already too tanky. A plate will be secured, but that took 3 members of Pain to get that one done, and Loud is going to be pushing in on mid to answer. Bull has to be a little careful of the poke virus, it must be said. Herald's gone down as well. It's going to get that charge off. I think this takes the full tower down.
Not good.
Not quite. Redbert has wandered into Chain of Corruption range, and it looks like Pain will barely hold on to that mid turret.
Yeah, Pain just barely holding on to a couple of these turrets. Now we can see the heroic charge coming out. Everyone's just going to try and space it, wait for the helicopter to end, but it still connects. Can Robo kill Mago?
Oh, he's 1 HP. Can he get? He's got the shield. He's got the Q flash away from Syndra. No cooldowns left. Robo scrapping his way out of that gank, and Mago has to give him the space.
Yeah, Mago has to afford the space. That's the thing about that Poppy with the grasp into the Sundered Sky build. Does a scary amount of damage, like just so much more than people want to give her credit for. And with the extra resistances while you're low, even that little bit of healing makes you just so difficult to kill. And a really good play there from Robo to, again, hold on to this top tower with just a sliver, but it might not be for very long, Trajan.
Okay, yeah, he had a good play there, but does he have enough juice to get out of this one? Doesn't have the ultimate, and looks like with a position like that, he will be able to get away. Sheena's going to clear out the wave instead, not going to waste too much time chasing after him. And we can see, if you look at the gold differences right here, the only significant lead is Karaoke. Now, it is very significant. It is 1,500 gold at 17 minutes, but it's matched by Shino, and the rest is fairly even. So, Pain and Loud giving the fans a good show so far, but Loud still feels like they're a bit more in control of the map right now.
Yeah, it's that term I feel like they came up with during Worlds. I think it was Chronicler talking about vibe tempo, right? Like vibes tempo.
Vibes, yeah.
Yeah.
Where it kind of feels like we're in control.
It feels like Loud is doing it. And with 2 towers down in the map, especially that outer mid lane turret now being answered, you can imagine that they do have some level of map control. This dragon is up. Loud, again, already kind of first to get in position. They don't want these poke champs to get a chance to like set up and start bombarding them. But a teleport's going to come out. I imagine we're going to get a pretty big fight here soon.
Dragon started up by Young Jay and Co. Robo stunned on the front line. Tinones has actually made his way all the way into the pit, and Loud's getting funneled a bit. Youngjae's got the Dragon down, but Curry back in with another multi-man stun, and in comes Redbird with another massive Magnet Storm. Both the supports working overtime in these team fights, but Pain seemed to have come out just about on top. It's a 2 for 2, but another Dragon for Loud.
Yeah, Loud wanted to push for more there, but you see the targets that they were able to take out, like, you know, Pain lost Karaoke and Curry, sure, but Loud lost Mago and Bull, the two big damage dealers of their unit. And so, but Robo might have overextended here.
We're hanging out on the map without much to do. Now, Youngjae's been slowed again, doesn't have the flag and drag, so the Poppy does get him out of dodge, and he is already becoming very hard to kill. Doesn't even have, you know, true tank items stacked up, mind you. It's just the Sundered Sky, steel plate caps, steel plated toe caps, and a Fimbulwinter that has just been completed, not even stacked up to Fimbulwinter's stage. So this tells you how hard it is to actually kill a Poppy even this early on.
Yeah, the Steadfast Presence, the passive on the W, just adds a bunch of extra resistances. And so because of that, it's very difficult to kill a Poppy without a little bit of setup and quite a bit of damage. Again, yeah. Mago and Bull being not present for that play. I want to see slightly better positioning here from Bull, because I feel like if Loud can keep him safe through some of these team fights, like Pain are getting sucked in, right? They're getting forced into these like close quarters fights in these choke points, and that is where Sivir just thrives. And it's going to be really tough for Marvin to answer that level of damage spread across the whole team. So if they can keep Bull up and let him just kind of free fire, I think that's kind of Loud's key to taking this from a vibes win to like a real win.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Sivir is going to be massive at that job. Marvin does have a lot of burst he can throw out and solid poke, of course, but the Sivir is basically unmatched in a choke point with those items stacked up. And with the Magnet Storms and the CC chains that Redbird has been setting up, Pain are, as you say, they're getting drawn in metaphorically and literally when the Magnet Storm comes on. Bull just needs time to get the damage down. It's only going to get better the later this game goes. Now, we have arrived at the 20-minute mark. 2-1 in Drakes, grubs for Loud, even in kills, and the gold practically dead even, Bren. It is just impossible to split these teams right now. Both of them have great tools to find fights. They can both team fight it out. And I honestly couldn't tell you who's going to win this one right now.
No, and that's a great game. We're 20 minutes in. We don't even have an inkling of who could win, but this could decide it. Robo caught out again, taking some damage. He's so hard to kill. It burns the flash.
How did we dodge that Poppy ultimate? Did the Jarvan leap over it or something? I don't know. That's how that works.
I'd have to have a replay of that, Trajan. That was crazy.
We need to read that one back because that's very interesting. But they did manage to get the kill onto Robo this time. Critically, gives them a little bit more time on the map. Looks like we're not pushing for anything crazy like a turret or a Baron, but it is going to give them some good reset timers, get as much gold as they can. As with the Baron now live, a big team fight win could be game-breaking.
Yeah, now they've got that advantage again. They're still trying to like push in these waves, take what they can in terms of that space. The less space that Pain has to work with, you know, the easier it is for Loud to get on top of them, the less effective those two big poke damage dealers are going to be. Mago. But it might be Mago in a bad way.
Range. Trades forces the flash from Tinones as well. Shock Blast won't quite connect. Curry's around the corner. We are just delaying things right now from Mago. At least force the Rise to flash after him, which is something, and is getting a bit of poke down. But ultimately, both sides now giving up a kill on a side lane.
Giving up the kill, and it's going to be a little bit more impactful. Those death timers are staggered. Robo's already back on the map, and notably, Baron Nashor is up!
The flashless Rise with nowhere to go. Shield's already popped. Youngjae and Redbird are going to corral Tinones. He's not even got the ultimate. It's just going to be ghost and time-wasting tactics, but Shino places the Q correctly. And a killing spree for Youngjae as Rise falls. So now another death timer and Loud. At what point are we going to try and pull the trigger on something big? Because right now, we're both just going back and forward in the kills. And at some point, we're going to need to move the game forward.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Baron's up, but like certainly that Loud don't yet have the damage to cut through that. I think Bull, you know, on his own, not going to provide that much ability.
Third item down though. Maybe now. Perhaps next time we get the kill will be the time.
Yeah, next time we get a kill. I'm still not over the devious and evil Shino.
Hang on a moment, it was very devious so far. Redbert did get away from the chain of corruption, had to burn his flash, I believe, to stay alive, so that's going to take a little bit of the sting out of that rel engage, but Shino, of course, can just step up and nobody can stop this man. A shock blast cracks Redbert in the face, he's going to go down to about half. Youngjae starts up the dragon. It would be a Cloud Soul point for Loud if secured. Tino's currently in Narnia in the mid lane. Redbert's got a flank angle right here. I don't think anyone's seen him. It could be another crazy Magnet Storm. He's only got Curry. Can he get onto Robo? He's been knocked away. The ultimate's traded him away. And Youngjae is 10 miles deep with no backup. Suddenly Bull's the target with no frontline. He's flashed away. He's barely breathing, but just about alive. It looked like a wonderful flank for Loud, but it fell apart from Robo's Poppy ultimate, and Loud are trying to flee back to the safety of their turrets. A Rise Ult moves in too. They got a wall bang onto Margot and a shock blast to finish the job. And Pain are the ones coming out on top.
Yeah, Robo really saved that play, knocking away both the big engagers there from Loud and leaving just their squishy little damage dealers. And that's not what you want. Bull essentially forced to use the full kit to get away and survive. Notably, though, Loud still did pick up the dragon. This has happened pretty much every time they fought at the dragon, that Loud, even if they don't feel like they come out on top in the fight, they do still pick up the objective. So they've got a Cloud Soul point, and Cloud consistently throughout the years is always that high win rate soul. The extra movement speed is so impactful at this high level of play.
Oh, no stun connects. Robo can't quite find it. Youngjae's around the corner to help him out. Chain of Corruption's there. It's going to connect onto the Sivir, but there's no follow-up from Pain. Now Marvin's locked in the Cataclysm. Karaoke finds a kill onto Redbert. Margot arrives, and it's 2 for 1 for Loud. Pain reach a little too far for the Loud AD carry that time.
Yeah, don't find their AD carry. Only find Redbert, but that is a big tool down. Youngjae is a little far forward.
Forgot the team had gone the other way. He's barely alive. Tinners might try and stop him. The shock blast leaves him on a blink and red HP bar. He's got to be careful with the blue buff. It might just knock him over as well. He does have a Guardian's Angel, but you don't want to lose it to a jungle camp.
But Trajan, look at the picture-in-picture. While this has all been going on, Shino's down here just beating on this tower and finding more and more map pressure for Loud. The devious and evil Shino Scion has been just absolutely oppressive this game. He's always in the right position, and he does so much damage.
Margot does get away from the Curry Pop Blossom with the Timeless Scat of the Week, but is running smack dab into Robo, and again is simply delaying the inevitable. We have got to stop giving these kills over, my dude. It's not the first time we've seen Syndra caught out in this game. 7 death on the board for the Loud mid.
Margot's positioning has not been quite on point. I think the level of communication from Pain has where they recognize, like, hey, we control certain sections of the map, and I feel like Margot is perhaps not respecting their ability to coordinate their flanks and hunt him down quite enough, and that has given over quite a lot of gold. You can see Karaoke has actually grown his gold lead over Youngjae, 2k gold up. That's kind of the big bright spot for Pain is look at this gold. That's an LPL gold graph.
Well, when Loud and Pain are on the field, it's a CBLOL looking ass Pain gold graph as well. That's how we do it here when we've got the Titans of Industry clashing right now against each other. 26 minutes now on the clock, still only 200 gold splitting these rosters. And bear in mind, this is Pain bringing back the championship winning Tinones and Robo. They still have Karaoke with the title on the belt, Curry as well. Marvin, yes, is a promoted AD carry, but the other pieces are so strong. And Marvin won the Challengers Americas with Pain Academy. This is not a sleeper AD carry. Loud are the team with the more questionable, the roster that shouldn't be gelling so early on, that should be struggling a little more, but they are going blow for blow right now, and Pain looking down the barrel of an 0-3 week at the start.
Yeah, they really got to shape up here. The Chains of Corruption doesn't connect, and that's, even though it's, a relatively short cooldown this late into the game, it's, not nothing, especially with the Baron up. It's something that Loud can play around. They have the flank. Look at this.
Doesn't connect onto anyone in particular. Looks for Tinones. Robo stacking up that ultimate. Ends up holding it. So he's going to get the cooldown back in a moment. Tinones been knocked up into the Baron pit though. He tries to flash away but gets knocked up by Shino over the wall. Redbert's round the corner. Commits the ultimate, in fact, to make sure it gets done as Bull picks up the credit. Now we've got another engage from Youngjae to the backline. Pain are scattered across 2 fronts right here. A 4v5. and Shino's getting more kills. Karaoke, the one Fed member, has been eliminated, and Loud cannot be stopped now. There is nothing stopping them from charging on forward to pick up more credit. A double ultimate from Robo will not save him, and Loud with another team fight victory.
Yeah, this time they did exactly what we wanted. They just bought so much space for Bull and Mago to just kind of free fire, get all those abilities down. And it all started with that pick onto Tenon's really, really good just flank there from Shino. Even though it didn't connect onto the entire team, it connected on who it needed to, and it separated out Pain. And again, Pain have to play a very coordinated, difficult to execute comp because of who their big damage dealers are. And if they get, if they get thrown into the chaos, as we watch this pro view of Tinon's trying to get out of there, tries to flash away from the desolating smash, can't do it.
Yeah.
And when you have
the thing is, he could have flashed out of it, but the cursor's just in the wrong place. He does like a half step and doesn't gets clipped on the side. I'm not sure if he was trying to get back over the wall, maybe.
He was trying to stay inside. He was trying to flash the desolating smash, but stay inside of his Rise ult so that he could. Did he fall for the Nico clone?
He did. He flash ulted a Nico clone. It's getting a bit sketchy. Now, I'll be honest, Bren. We're 29 minutes in. It's a close game, and we're getting a little bit antsy, a bit fat fingery perhaps with the plays. It's Loud looking for the team fight. They might be able to box in Pain. The TP coming in from Margot to join up with the team. The team fights have all been Loud today. Cataclysm goes into the 4-man knockup. Into another 4-man knockup. Shino running wild and no one can stop Bull. Loud with a stunning team fight CC combo. The quadra kill locked up for Bull. An ace for Loud. That was picture perfect.
We needed something to break open the game, Trajan, and I think this is it. What I was going to say earlier, and my point proven again, is that when you have this much simpler to execute comp and you just get stuck into these chaotic and messy fights, it's much easier to just press the buttons we know that win us the game, as opposed to trying to play out a much more complicated composition. And that huge lead for Karaoke entirely wiped out. And it might be their hopes wiped out as they're on the Nexus, Trajan.
We've still got more than 10 seconds on half the members. The Nexus is exposed. Loud have been flawless in the team play today. Pain gave them the run for the money, but Loud moved to 1-on-1. They knocked out Pain in that clash of the fan bases. It's 0-3 for Pain. That is not what we expected to see. Certainly not. You can see the Loud fans are going crazy and the dejection on Pain's face. This is going to be a tough weekend to be a Pain player, I'll be honest. You do not want to be open social media, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, the Pain fan base, they're very vocal, and I'm sure they will be expressing their disappointment in mature and reasonable fashion on Twitter.
Yeah, for sure, man. Yeah.
It's not a good start to the season. And
no.
I will say, like, when we did our ranking on Gringos Liberados, I think it was actually me that pointed out, like, there's a chance that, like, this Pain... I wanted Pain in B tier because I genuinely had no clue what to make of them. They're either going to be very good or very bad. And the first split can lie to us, right? We know this. We saw this last year in the winter split where we were like, hey, guys, is Leviathan the best team of all time? Are they, like, super cracked? And then no, they weren't. They are who we thought they were.
Yeah, but ultimately, it seems like for Pain, this bot lane duo is not doing great, because even into Loud, which is a new combo of Bull and Redbird has never been a lane stomping 2v2. Not for many, many years has Redbird been lane dominant, but Bull is performing super, super well, and Marvin and Curry are struggling to get the 2v2 impact that certainly the previous iterations of Pain's bot lane would. I don't think we're really seeing much of an impact from Tinones yet so far in any of these games. He's fine, but as you also said on the podcast, our mid lane pool isn't stacked. It's actually one of our weakest roles, kind of historically. Brazil does not tend to have a glut of powerful mid laners. But Tinones isn't really making waves so far, and we're still waiting to see, Robo's doing okay, Karaoke's doing okay. We just have not really seen any of that source that we know these players have shown in the past. And if we're going back to the past for Pain to try and pull something together, it's when the rest of the league is moving forward, this is not what you want to see. If anything, it's kind of Luna Day said it's poetic in the chat. It's painful, but it's kind of, you made your bed, Yeah. You drafted a team of players that used to be good, and a couple that still were, but
we
I don't know.
see this.
I'm being too harsh on them. I am being too harsh on them, but I don't like the way they've built the roster, man. And I think this week is really not a good sign.
I think for me, obviously, I think there's probably a lot of fans of Brazil that'll be upset when I make this comparison, but like Titan felt like the modern BRTT, where he's like, you're gonna build the team around me, and I am gonna just absolutely mop people up, and that's how we're gonna win the game. And so they built this roster like around that concept, and it's not there anymore. But the roster reminds me so much of that last split we saw of Los Grandes in CBLOL before they went back down to CD, with the contraction for LTA South, where they had BRTT like on that roster, and it just, the wheels fell off regardless. So I don't know.
This feels like it currently feels like it's less than some of its parts, which is not what we want to see for Pain. We'll see if we can settle in. Obviously, there was a significant change very last minute that is going to potentially affect, and we know that we heard very good things about Pain scrims versus VKS, and that the team seemed to be doing well. That was, of course, before the change. I don't know, man. It's definitely not good. We'll see if it can improve later on. And now, before we've as disparaging as I've been about Pain, let's talk about Loud. That was a big step forward. We saw nothing versus Furia. Loud was not present in that game. Very different story here. They had to fight Pain to get through that early game. It was not easy for either side, but Bull, as I said, was great. Youngjae had a lot more time. And Shino on the Sion, bro? What a game from him.
Did Shino use Sion's passive ever? Like, I think he finish Deathless? Dude, you're playing the character. You're missing out on like a fifth of your kit right there, dude. You gotta die.
Doesn't need it. He's got one arm tied behind his back. He's not even using the passive. Doesn't need it, bro. He's just sick. And he was up in CS over Robo at a lane. He was getting plates when Robo was trying to make map plays. Shino was picking up gold across the map, and then Shino would rocket into a team fight, completely smash it, and he was getting solo picks as well onto Marvin. This was just the complete package from him.
That was a great game from Shino. And you know who I actually want to give some credit to, because I feel like it's very easy to rag on him from time to time. I want to talk about Redbert. I feel like last split, and like hanging out in Griffin's stream and talking to Griffin, like you could see like the emotional connection and how much like they got along. And I think Redbert, as like maybe not a leader on the Rift, but just as like a presence in the locker room, does a lot for a team. I think he's a very emotionally mature player, and that might be the reason that, even though we talk about the double Korean import doesn't tend to work out, maybe it will work when you have someone that can help them get acclimated to the system like Redbird does.
Yeah, and can help elevate Shino and Margot, who, as we said, haven't had the best time so far. We need to see more than we saw before. Redbird might be the guy to keep the locker room vibes good. As you say, it seems like a very emotional person. Has been right to the top and all the way to the bottom. He's been first, he's been 10th, and he has been always very, I really don't care what everyone else says. I know I'm good. I think he said as much, almost direct quote in the Kaboom team, or I think it was when he was on Kaboom, was, I know I'm good. I don't have to prove anything to anyone. I'm just going to play my game. And that seems to be what he's doing. So full props to him. The rail engages were absolutely sick as well. So a very good game from him. Let's go to a break for now. We'll be back for the last game of the day, everybody. One more CBLOL match to go. So we will see you back here in just a few minutes. And we are back here for the last game of the day here. Day 2 of the CBLOL Cup 2026. Loud taking down Pain in game number 4. The Law of X is still in full effect versus Tinones and Robo, that's for sure. Now, our last game of the day, Bren. Leviathan versus Red Kalunga. And Red, second place last split. They had to work pretty hard to get past Fluxu, it must be said. It was a little sketchier than I think Red fans would have liked, and Leviathan had similar struggles on the first day. They did not get the win in their first match. So how are we feeling with these two guys coming into this last match?
So it's one of these games where it's a cop-out answer, but it's either going to be incredibly close down to like a 30-minute like fourth Dragon team fight, or it's going to be a blowout. Like, I don't think we're going to see like a kind of... Like, oh, Red had a kind of dominant play, like, or Lev played like good. Like, I think it's either going to be hair razor thin or entirely one-sided.
Yeah, and it does feel like, you know, on paper, this definitely should be Red favored. FNB, Curse, and Kaze are such a strong top side, both mechanically and lane, and they've played so well together that the new kind of element for Leviathan, Devast, Bookie, and Enga, none of whom have had as much experience playing at this level. Of course, Enga has had a little bit of time there, but Devast and Bookie are more from the second regions of LLA. We haven't really seen anything to lead us to believe that necessarily they'd get one over on Red. So if that, I'm expecting, for me, that top side should be the place that Red is going to push and should be able to get a lot of advantage through there. Rebello and Frosty, certainly still a very strong 2v2 as well. They were a little bit shaky. Rebello's positioning left a little bit to be desired. And Seo is certainly the kind of shining light on Leviathan for me.
Yeah, I think Seo does have the ability to like take over a game and win his team out. But he can only do so much. I do think it's interesting. We're seeing, you know, a lot of indexing here early into that top side for Leviathan that you talked about. You know, Devost and Bookie being perhaps some of the weaker members. They went Renekton into Pantheon, giving them some like very early ability to dish out damage and fight.
Yeah, and it looks like we're considering the Scion for FNB. That is what he played yesterday and did perfectly fine on it. You know, put up like a 0-1-8 game, and my fantasy team featuring FNB certainly suffered as a result, but he didn't do anything wrong. The quick switch to Gnar right here does give me a little bit more hope, a little bit more chance to rack up some kills and give me some more fantasy points. Now, into Renekton Pantheon, I feel like he's putting the emphasis on execution for himself as FNB right there. The dive is going to be pretty darn scary for Mininar, but we'll see how he plays that out and if Curse has anything to say about it. Lev considering their final pick of the first rotation. Rebello was back on the Varus as well as he was yesterday, and it's a Talia lock-in for Enga. So very mobile, strong in the mid game, a lot of playmaking potential from Leviathan's top side at least.
Yeah, and Talia has been pretty strong so far. You know, there was I think rumors of her death were greatly exaggerated.
To my enormous sadness, Talia's death has been greatly exaggerated, and we are still going to see Talia running around the map. And yeah, we have seen some very good playmaking with the seismic shoves from multiple players so far. And I guess there's potentially another threat for FNB maybe to watch for as Talia ults in to secure another CC chain off the combos. So let's get into the bot side. We're into the second round of the bans. Mid lane focus from Leviathan. They're trying to shut down Kaze. Not a bad idea given how explosive this guy is.
Yeah, he's a scary player. We saw it, you know, on the international stage in the LTA, you know, in that, not that final weekend, but the second to last weekend, where they took a Shopify Rebellion to task that Pain certainly struggled with, and Red looked more than comfortable against them, and Kaze is a big reason for that. This guy can keep up with the best of them, at least here in Brazil. He's one of, you know, the best mid laners I've seen in quite some time. And so trying to shut him down, very good. They've taken away some of the big playmakers, but he's got a fairly like deep champion pool. I can see him doing quite well on a number of champions that are still on the board. Seo getting the safe answer into, you know, there is a sizable CC chain. You can get the Mega Gnar shove with the, you know, with Cyclone to come through, maybe Chains of Corruption. So Seo going to try and stay away from that, wary of that dive. Not quite sure how the Ezreal is going to play out, but it's not like his team is hurting for damage.
Absolutely not. Seo locking in that Ezreal. The mid game goes dummy hard for Leviathan in this game right now. We'll see what top up's going to pair it. We've seen the Leona pair with Ezreal twice already this split. Another Varus Rakan, as we've also seen before. Varus Rakan going into Frosty's hands. A very comfortable pick for Frosty. The versatility and playmaking really fits Frosty's style. And an Aurora to round it out. So Kaze did have the pool pinch, but he still has a champion that you can press 3 buttons and one-shot someone on.
Yeah, Aurora. I feel like maybe we've forgotten that champion was really super turbo broken for a little while. Has, fallen off a little bit in the popularity sphere, but has had some good showings so far this split. I think internationally, like just looking at the Pro League, she's been pretty even, like a pretty much 50-50, not a high amount of presence, but mostly still skewed towards that mid lane. And if anyone is going to be comfortable on that champ, I think Kaze is going to do more than fine. I think notably neither comp here, as opposed to, the big tanky frontline chunky comp that we saw from Loud in the last game that performed so well, neither team here is particularly beefy, right? You have Leviathan, early on you're going to have the power of that just inherent tankiness from the Rel, and as well as, some early power from the Renekton. On the flip side, Gnar, when he's mega, Rakan can provide some level of survivability because of the healing and shielding, but neither team has like a big juggernaut which they can hide behind.
Yeah, they're going to have to commit to trying to burst each other, and the burst is certainly possible with these champions. As you say, there's no Sion, there's no Ornn, there's no Alistar with ultimate, so they are going to, if someone gets caught, they are likely to drop down. And I think it was interesting, we did see Toplop go for the Rel, didn't go for the Leona. Traditionally, Leona has been seen as a very good champion into Rakan. Of course, it does give you more longer range kind of CC initiations that play into a Pantheon and Talia, or maybe they just feel like they want more AoE, potentially even more peel focused to try and get Bookie off the backline, perhaps, to keep CO alive. So we'll see what Toplop can do. It is still Ezreal and Engager, so still a similar concept. And we have seen how powerful Ezreal is, especially in that laning phase so far. They have been dominating the early few levels.
Yeah, the early levels are going to be kind of, again, I like to see them as a pace setter, but I don't know that either team is completely out of it should they lose out in that early game. Like you pointed out, the mid game for Leviathan is very, very strong, and they will have like a lot of pressure points which they can, kind of apply to red and see where they can crack open that composition on the other side. Might get some action early. Bookie getting very aggressive.
Yeah, we've seen that ward go down several times, just trying to get a little bit of vision. Of course, you don't really have time to do much more than one instant play and backing off. Both bot lanes have traded vision in that central brush, so we will see how Rebello and Frosty can handle it. Of course, the Ezreals have been getting the upper hand, but Rebello and Frosty are a pretty mean 2v2. Seo and Seo and Toplop not to be messed with, though not traditionally, I think, seen as one of our most dominant 2v2s in their stead. So the waves are going to clash. We'll see who gets the upper hand. Toplop going for an early crash down onto Frosty. Of course, just has that Q to get a bit of healing down. And already, looks like Leviathan are taking a bit of control.
Yeah, Leviathan more than happy to just continue and press forward with that space. But, and like you said, the Ezreal generally having a better go of it early on in the lane than the Varus. And you can kind of see why. Varus has a much longer cooldown on his big poke ability, whereas Ezreal is more than happy to just spam it, auto attack, spam it, auto attack, with no real consequence at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. We are going to see how that pans out for now. Leviathan, of course, the only majorly LLA roster left on the board right here. They have dipped into the talent development pipelines for the various previous LRN, LRS systems to pull out Devas, Bookie, Enga back into Tier 1 as well. We'll see if they can handle, Red here, who are a pretty similar story, at least for Kaze, who was previously an LLA talent. Rebello coming out of the Academy system wasn't necessarily making crazy waves down there, but once he was elevated to the CBLOL roster, did start to really show everyone why that faith was put into him. Curse as well, previously Doom, was just last year. Before that last split was in the Academy system for Red. So a lot of young talent on display here today, and a lot of maybe overlooked talent, even if they're not quite as recent.
Yeah, we're gonna see, you know, which development pipeline has been a little bit more successful, but I do like for both teams that they've kind of committed to, hey, these weren't the biggest names in the field at the time. These weren't like hard proven talents that have absolutely stunned us at the lower levels. But we're gonna commit to making them, making them better, put them up on the rosters. Now we're getting some fighting here in the river.
Double knock-up onto Leviathan right now. Red trying to get stuck in. It's a 3 versus 3 right now. Curse is getting the damage down. Rebello, of course, so strong early on, but Sayo is untouched so far and stacks up that passive to get more attack speed. Bookie is dropping low. Toplop gets more CC. It's first blood for Sayo, traded back instantly by Red, but Bookie's kind of low. Can he get in there? Can Rebello even stay alive? A flash over, a double for the Ezreal, and now Curse with nowhere left to go, trying to get one into Bookie, but cannot get it done. Leviathan walking away with a 3-for-1.
Yeah, a huge opening there for Red. Got the double knockup, but it was traded right back with the crash down. And the thing is, once you crash down on Rel, you are in the walking form. You actually become much tankier. You get a shield over top of what you have going on. You have a little bit of extra resistances as well. And so as they are as they are going for that fight, you know, they're just not getting onto Sayo, and it takes much longer to kill Toplop than I think they would have liked. And so because of that, he's just able to free fire and take up damage.
To my boy, he's like dying. He's melting into his. I assume we're paused. It gave us the replay transition, and we haven't seen the pause. But I presume this isn't like a replay of Champ Select. But we are. I fear that might have been a replay of Champ Select. Like with coach comms potentially on the main stream.
Yeah, perhaps we were getting some comms from the Portuguese stream. But
sadly, when we have to mute the main stream to get the Brazilian casters off, we can't hear them. We'll maybe think about something we can do with that later on, but there's no like way for us to tell necessarily straight away. So leave that one with us. For now, Kaze was certainly stressed himself out, and I think what we need to remember, Bren, is we need to start putting some respect on Ezreal at early levels. It feels like the entirety of CBLOL is getting cooked by this champ right now.
Well, now we're going to get a proper replay for this fight, and we can see how it started, a good double knockup, but Frosty has the Aegis Assault, dodges out on a lot of damage because of it, and look at this crash down that came through earlier. It buys a lot of time and space for Sayo specifically.
Oh, Devos going for the solo kill and knocks down FNB. The tower leaves him on a sliver. Lizard's chat bet pays off, and Leviathan in multiple lanes are coming to play today. Yeah,
Leviathan are just they're not intimidated. They know what their game plan is. They have some early strong fighters like we talked about in that top side. The Renekton and the Pantheon very strong, just are able to dish out damage early on. Sayo on that Ezreal, much the same, and they're using it quite a bit to their advantage. And we talk about this comps only get stronger as they get into the mid game, and they've got quite a sizable advantage to do it now, just under 2k up, and a lot of that being concentrated into these big mid game fighters, into Devos and Sayo, and they're going to have quite a bit of, you know, kind of power to index into wherever they want to go next for their game plan.
So much for the dominant top side of Red. I will have to eat my words right there. Bot and top go in the favor of Leviathan. Mid has been pretty quiet, but not the start we want to see for Red Canids, and certainly against another team that we would not class as pretty inherently powerful. This is a little worrying for our second place finishers from last split. FNB trying to crash in this wave on the mini-nart, and so far didn't even need to get dived by 3 people. He just got dove by 1 and still couldn't make it out.
Yeah. It was that's just kind of what happens when it's mini-nar into that Renekton. The Renekton is just so strong early on, especially, you know, post level 6. We're gonna get a huge engage here.
Oh, the burst from Sayo with the level 6 advantage. That is massive. WR into half. Rebello's HP bar disappearing. Leviathan pushing the advantage through bot.
Yeah, and I think a big thing that we're going to have to talk about is just how powerful Sheen is. Just how much value Sayo is getting from just that item right now. Just able to just wickedly burst through people. The W, the R, plus, you know, an auto attack or a Q is doing massive amounts of damage. It's something that, Rebello has burst. Rebello obviously opting once again for that poke Varus, but the burst from Varus takes a little while to get going. You gotta either stack up some of those passive blight stacks and then try and land an ability, or just continuously poke down from a long distance. And he's not at that stage of the game where he can do that so freely.
Yeah, Red without too many options to play around right now. They do at least have level 6 on Curse, so they've got a Cyclone now on deck to maybe try and get something going. FNB, of course, combined with the CC offered by Frosty. They do have a solid team fight to put together, and Kaze has been keeping his nose clean in mid lane, but normally we see a bit more dominance out of the mid lane for Red Canids, and it's been a slow lane for him. We can see the grubs being picked up by Bookie in top side. There's no contest really from Red, so the objectives as well as the kills, everything so far going Leviathan.
Yeah, Leviathan having a great go of it. I think this like we talk about, we always make a couple mistakes early in the year. You never know what your team is going to look like. But I think, were we so surprised that Leviathan's going to put up a bit of a fight here? I think there is a strong understanding of Leviathan is not going to be a bad team. A lot of it was there's this unknown. We had a lot of teams where we just don't know how this is going to possibly work. We've never seen these guys work together. We don't know what they have going for them. And I think Leviathan taking Red to task like this is a bit surprising, but to see them just simply succeeding whatsoever is not a complete unknown. As the Chains of Corruption come out, there's the burst from Rebello.
Sayo pretty low on mana, can't really offer that much in terms of a rebuttal here. Enga and Bookie were on the bot side of the map, but Red were not going to be drawn into a collapse right there. I think you're right, Bren. Leviathan, Fluxu, Loud, so many of our teams just have very different rosters with a lot of different pieces coming together where it's hard to necessarily say how they're going to work. And Los Grandes as well being the most successful example so far. They have gelled instantly. The rest of them struggled a little bit. Kaze caught out by Enga, loses half his HP in mid lane as Curse kind of pushed around by Devast a little bit in top side. And, even Loud, we've now seen go to 1-on-1. We saw them take the win over Pain, over players like Robo and Tinones and Karaoke. So we have seen these new mixed rosters. Some of them are succeeding, some of them aren't. But overall, we know that a lot of them have plenty of room to grow, regardless of where they start. So we'll see what Leviathan can build here, because they've got a good lead in this early game. All they need to do now is put it together, but Curse is ready with the counter gank. FNB, though, disappears before he can go Mega. If he'd gotten the ult off, that would have been disastrous for Leviathan, but they're too efficient on the dive.
Yeah, very efficient, really well timed. Grand Starfall there from Bookie, and just we talked about, early on, the amount of damage that those two guys at the top side of that screen can just pump out at those early levels. Pantheon with the stacked passive gets any amount of Conqueror stacks to just make him ridiculously tough to kill. Obviously, much the same for Renekton in that top side. They pump out quite a bit of damage at just a surprising rate. They effectively can function as burst champs into that minion armor. We might see a collapse here. It's Enga coming in.
You really wanted that Scuttler and has to W flash away. Ult's committed by Leviathan. They won't find any more. Frosty going in for a bit of poke onto Sayo. Slides back to Rebello with a battle dance, but Bookie is still on the bot side. Red not out of the woods yet.
No, certainly not. And Leviathan, even with the Scuttle, they're still trying to find some pressure, trying to find a way maybe onto this dragon. But the Phalite going to give good control of the area, gives them a reveal, make sure that Red is confident that they don't have any vision here. Leviathan does not know that they're starting up this dragon. They can presume it, but they fought out for the space very well. And so it's going to be an uncontested Drake here for Red, finally getting themselves on that objective board, making themselves a little bit tankier with the Mountain Drake.
Getting that first objective down for Red, keeping the gold lead. It's still over 2k. It's crept up a smidgen, but not quite as fast of a pace as it was over the first 10 minutes or so. Red trying to just stabilize in this game. They do have good places to go with the ult combinations they have, but we wouldn't say that they have excellent late game scaling necessarily. Now Leviathan's team is all about that mid game, and they're going to go into that mid game with a gold lead to play for. That is going to be very, very dangerous for Red to play out over the next 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard, especially right now. Devast is so much stronger than FNB. You're pretty much playing a 5 versus 4.5 because Devos has 2 levels, has that second tier of the ultimate, plus a significant CS lead, a significant gold lead, but FNB unperturbed perhaps by this. Ooh. The Fury is building up. Magnar's coming out, and we're seeing a huge collapse coming through here, Trajan.
Rotates through. The only people not present are going to be the bot laners right now, but Sayo can offer an Arcane, a True Shot Barrage if he so please. He actually can't. He's already used it in bot lane. And looks like Leviathan don't want to push their luck right here. They'll back away. FNB is going to cancel the back for top flop right now, and it's going to get away at least without dying this time. But Leviathan, no harm, no foul. Their actually gold lead has increased pretty notably over the course of that play. So didn't have to go anything wild, but they're still in control.
Yeah, and I think regardless of how that ended up, actually kind of good play from FNB there. He was stepping up, like I said, 2 levels down, but more than happy to just step forward and kind of bully Renekton while he has the extra range. You know, he didn't know entirely that collapse was coming, but once he sees it on the vision, he immediately backs up, plays safe, doesn't go down. Can they get Enga?
They're going for the ultimate right there. Kaze's popped it. The burst is big. It's enough damage. It just about is. Kaze gets that first kill on the board. Is a surefire way to raise the likelihood of a red win is to get some gold in Kaze's pocket because he knows how to use it.
Yeah, and with that kill, it actually means that Kaze completes his quest. So when he next backs, it's going to be empowered by that mid lane quest. You get a permanent empowered recall. And notably, actually, Enga does not have yet the quest complete. Will assume get it on that next life, but Sayo's moved into the mid lane. Will reduce that role quest XP there for Enga if they have to move out. Looks like they are heading up to the top lane.
Yeah, we're doing a bit of a swap right now. Devas out to that bot side. FNB picking up some plates while he can in top side. Toplop and Enga looking to cover that one off, and a lot of red members actually all piling out into the top side of the map, leaving bot lane pretty exposed. FNB, I imagine, going to go and cover that one off just now. So we'll see where the priority is going to land. We haven't really seen anything out of Leviathan for a little while. They had a look-see top lane, couldn't find an angle. But so far it has slowed down just a little bit. Now they've got the Pantheon ult still to play for, Talia rotations as well. I'm sure Toplop would love to get that Archie out, get a Magnet Storm going. But Red seem to be the one that are actually a little bit more so looking for the angles right now.
Yeah, they're kind of... I think they understand that if they just sit back and cede all of the space, even though Leviathan's team is better in the mid game than the late game, if you give them too much lead, if they have too much objective control, they will have so many stats, such a big lead on board that it will be hard to deal with them regardless. So they're not just gonna roll over and die. They are actively getting out on the map, looking for plays, looking for space. I think that's the right mindset.
Yeah, absolutely. We can see FNB still trying to get the push into Devas. Hasn't even got the Triforce completed, mind you, against the Stridebreaker and boots of the Renekton. So he's playing a dangerous game there. Bucky goes in, gets a cleanse out of Frosty. Sayo's ultimate cuts across too as well. Curse is flanking, but he's on vision. Leviathan know what's going up right here. They're a little separated. Enga doesn't have an easy route through. He'd have to pop the ult to rotate. And Red getting a bit more confident here, trying to muscle Leviathan out of the river just a little bit. They do have to be respectful still and not going to overcommit, but they're feeling a little bit more confident to take space now.
Again, they're just trying to push them away, make their presence known. Don't let, Leviathan take this Rift Herald for free. They've got a dragon in 40 seconds. The longer they can delay, the more they're able to trade out for this Rift Herald. But Leviathan now going to come over and control the vision. Still not confident enough to start it up. And another ward going to go down, and I don't think they marked it. So Leviathan might not know about this vision. We got a teleport coming in. They're looking for Bookie.
Ooh, aggressive move onto him, going straight for him right now, and the recalls have been pulled for Leviathan's bot lane. They're going to have to use those portals, the Hextech portals, to get back into position, and they will do so, but Curse committed the ultimate for that. Didn't really get too much of a foothold there. Enga has to use a defensive ultimate as well as Kaze's threatening, but Curse now needing to back away because the Wukong without Cyclone in a team fight is not much of an impact.
He's a guy. Sometimes he's two guys, but he's mostly just a guy.
With a stick. Yeah, basically. Rebello.
Sayo getting good damage on Rebello.
Oh, the Mystic shots just keep hitting. Curse now, remember, Cycloneless gets onto Sayo. Is still pretty mean and pretty sticky, but this Sayo Ezreal continues to put the damage down, gives room for Leviathan to pick up a Rift Herald.
Yeah, and that's not what Red wants, right? They've been trying to control that space so tightly. They've been contesting it so that they don't just give over that Rift Herald for free, but they didn't really get any value out of it. They took Bookie's flash, I suppose. But other than that, it's a Herald now going over to Leviathan. Leviathan, I presume, also going to get this mid lane tower there. It goes down, and that's a lot of map control with the Dragon still up, picking up that first tower, the outer mid lane tower, no less. One of the most valuable towers in the game in terms of just map positioning. This is a really good position that Leviathan find themselves in.
Yeah, the gold lead had started to shrink down a little bit. It was kind of approaching 3k, and it was gotten down to under 2 for a while there, but that little passage of play pushes it back up to 2.5. Leviathan picking up that extra turret gold, getting the Herald, not sitting around waiting for a time to use it, wasting it, just getting it done, cracking that mid lane turret, and not overthinking themselves out of this mid game. They are still in a pretty strong position, it must be said. Now, we still have Red trying to push these waves out, and I'm still waiting to see a little bit more of the kind of proactivity from Leviathan, from the Pantheon, from the Talia. I want to see them trying to rotate and collapse onto players of Red. They do seem to be going for it now. Bucky and Toplop arriving in topside. Curse and FNB doing what they can. Cyclone's back on to slow them down, and Enger's not really in a good position to help out. Now Seo's trying to make his way across. FNB and Devis, or Kaze and Devis, I should say, fighting in bot side. Kaze with the solo kill as Red Canids escape from danger in topside. It's 1-0 for Red.
Yeah, and it's a big step up there from Kaze to get that solo kill. Devis has the second most gold in the game prior to that play, and is in a great position as a level 14 Renekton, like very happy at this stage. Just really well played from Kaze. And now it's they have found themselves a little bit more gold in their mid laner's pocket. The gold lead still a little around, just around 2k for Leviathan, but the longer and longer that gold lead sits at 2k, the less and less valuable 2k as a gold lead is. But notably, some power points have come online for Leviathan. They did get, Seo's Muramana is fully stacked, ready to go. Same with Enga's Archangel Staff. So they have some power points to play around, but it's now Red who's being proactive on the map, picking up towers, picking up a dragon.
Yeah, I'm not really sure where they got this gumption from, I'll be honest, Bren, because nothing seemed to be going right from them, and slowly but surely it's just kind of crept back towards their favor. The tempo vibes are very much in Red's favor now for no apparent reason, and the gold lead has now started to shrunk considerably as well. Turrets going down on both sides. We're now down to about a 1.5k gold lead. Red with the dragon advantage too. They're getting gold onto Kaze. He's now doing big damage. FNB is out of the lane that was giving him a bit of trouble, and Rebello as well is approaching that 2-item spike. He's almost stacked up that Muramana with his Yomis.
Yeah, Muramana Yomus, that's about when that poke forest starts to really be problematic for these squishier champions. Just gets a lot of extra damage on the board. Now it is Leviathan. They are stepping forward, and they are, I presume, about to take down this tower. But no, FNB comes in and clears the wave, and so Red have something to play around down here. They have this outer turret, and they have something to kind of stand and fight for.
And Leviathan, again, we're standing ready at position to go for a play, but Red arrived with the rotation in time, and no one was willing to really push the boat out and go crazy with it. Now they're looking for Seiya right here. Oh, beautiful flash follow from Frosty into a Chains of Corruption. Seiya gets the kill! They tried to leave it for Rebello and almost sold him down the river.
Whew. That you gotta be careful. I feel like they didn't notice, maybe because they don't have the data on their screen. But Seo was so high up on gold that he was almost 2k up on the next highest player, which was Devast on his team.
Yeah.
He's very, very fed. And again, Ezreal's still a very strong champion at this stage of the game. Never really properly falls off, especially in a game with no big juggernauts to stack health against him. He just kind of always does very consistent damage, and it almost went very poorly for Rebello. He does live, he does back, he will be fine. We're gonna see here, you can see him getting in a good engage from Frosty, the flash, the grand entrance, all doing their job. But look at this ease forward, and that was almost curtains for Rebello, able to keep him going, and that's very important because it keeps the pressure up in this mid lane.
Yeah, I talked about it a little bit yesterday that, you know, Ezreal, even against tanky teams, his damage is sky high at this current point in the meta. He's so strong. He still has a huge 2-item spike that we can see he's already had going into that play. And, you know, both of them calculated to within about 1 HP. Rebello couldn't quite get the job done over the line, and they were waiting, and Rebello almost went down in the trade. Sayo kind of almost earned it, to be honest, but it all stemmed from him aggressively Eing in the mid lane. The one moment of, I could get a little bit of damage down, I get a little bit more pressure, I'm pretty sure no one's here, and that happens to be the point where the jungle and support are literally waiting in the side brush for you to do it. And then he goes down instantly. It's a frustrating thing to happen for him, but a big boon for Red, getting a shutdown on the board, closing that gold even further, and Sayo's flash is now down for a few more minutes.
Yeah, they've got it down to less than 1,000 gold now. Just around 700 is the lead. And Red is very happy with that, having evened this up and evened up the objectives as well. Only essentially down a tower. They've picked up 2 dragons, the Leviathans, 3 grubs, and a dragon. And those extra cooldowns actually not going to be a bad pickup for them, relying on Rebello, you know, that long range poke damage. Those that extra ability haste is going to be very, very helpful.
Yeah, absolutely. And Hextech is still one of those souls that everyone just loves. You know, there are some souls like Chemtech or Mountain that you can get more value on some comps than others, but everyone loves a Hextech. The ability haste and attack speed combination is so strong. And especially with both these teams who really are looking scrappy. They want to get stuck in, they want to fight, they want to get in each other's faces, and a Hextech slow would give them another avenue to get those fights started perhaps and help them play it out a little easier. Now we've gone back to a little bit of a lull point. Both teams just trying to get control over those waves. The dragon in 30 seconds likely to be the next inflection point. Red trying to move to Hextech soul point if they can pick it up.
Yeah, they're gonna try, and again they're trying to control the space. I feel like that's, you know, Red is not running a poke comp. They have a poke champion, but he's the only one. And regardless of that, though, when your big damage comes from Varus, it's so important to just kind of control that space sooner than the other team. And so both teams are trying to get onto this river early. You can see there's already some scrappiness coming out. The positioning so important, and it is Devos cut out on the flank.
Oh, he's gone for the flash in, gets the cleanse out of Rebello, but someone's going to help this Varus out. They couldn't even save him. FNB has a lot of bar to stack up. Kaze, though, coming in with a massive between worlds. Big damage across the board. He's low, but he's still kicking. Bookie as well gets focused down. FNB finally has got stacked up, leaps in, doesn't connect the Meganar. Enga and Sayo running for the hills. Remember, flashless is the Ezreal, but he can get those cooldowns down. He can stack up the arcane shifts and keep himself safe. He's still healthy enough. Red looking a little worse for wear, but they've won the team fight, and they're going to move back for the dragon. The Ezreal doesn't quite pick up another kill, and Red will walk away happy.
Oh, Red walk away happy, but just barely. Devos was caught out on that flank very early, but so ahead was that Renekton that he was very difficult to deal with. Took down Rebello, and if it wasn't for that gold they were able to funnel into Kaze fairly early on, then it would have been all for naught, because it was really Kaze just doing all the damage here. You can see where he comes through the portal. Everyone's just waiting there like, hey, buddy. They get the Cyclone down. You can see he gets down to like about half health. You can see they knock him down, but the huge shield to come through, and they just can't stop him from taking on Rebello. But a huge ultimate from Kaze here. Kaze himself gets very, very low, but some good positioning allows his team to just follow up on his burst. And a margin of inches, I think, you know, if Devos is able to get in unseen for a second longer, or is able to survive, 1 or 2 more seconds, then his team would have rolled it. And same the other way, Red would, if they had not lost Rebello, or if they had kept a little bit more health, they would have completely rolled Leviathan. As it is, they did win the fight, and Red slowly now inching ahead. They now have the gold lead, have completely neutralized Leviathan's early advantage, and are starting to move forward here. And perhaps that's just what we should start to expect from Red, because I feel it was a very similar situation with Fluxu yesterday.
Yeah, pretty much, right? They definitely had exploitable weaknesses in that early game, and Fluxu was able to get decent advantages off them, but as it stretched on, just the fact that Red are that little bit higher caliber of a team under the tutelage of Talkers, it does mean that you just kind of slowly accrue that advantage back. You see it so many times in international. The quote-unquote weaker team can maybe find gaps and advantages in the early game, but once it comes down to playing out a mid-game, that is where you separate the good teams from the great ones. And we saw Loud kind of do it a little bit against Pain earlier today. We saw FourY4 do it a little bit today, and we're seeing Red do it right now in this game. Now, we see Bookie going deep onto Rebello, summoning us Rebello. No one can save him this time. A great capitalization by Leviathan. FNB looks to try and get a way in, but Curse has already fallen. Leviathan have found a beautiful fight in the mid-game and picked off 3-for-1.
At first, I was like, okay, they're committing onto Rebello, but Rebello has not been the issue. But they found Kaze coming in from that jungle as well, and knocking him out, essentially completely neuters this red team. They lose 3. They only take Enga back in exchange. They're going to try and go for this mid lane tower. They are getting good damage onto it, but Leviathan is going to pick up this Baron. And if you don't get this tower, they're going to come collapse on you. And this could be a problem for this red squad.
Yeah, FNB and Frosty not able to quite get it over the line right here. And I feel like, Brad, that was the fight I've been waiting for Leviathan to go for all game, where they have Pantheon, Talia. I wanted to see them go for the dive to try and get deep into the backline, and we just haven't really seen it so far. That was the first time we saw that comp really execute, I feel like, in the way that it's supposed to, and it was a massive win for them. 3-for-1 in kills, Baron secured as well, and they've got the gold lead back in hand.
Yeah, they certainly, did what they needed to do with those ultimates there. They both kind of found out a point. They committed to it, and they got the kill onto Rebello very, very fast. It's kind of the weakness of Varus as a champion, and they might get one back, though. Bookie, way overextended. He's running away, but his team is here.
He's flashed. The Cyclone second charge will get it done, but Curse not going to get away for free with that one. FNB's got Mega. And it's jungle for jungle overall, but it is a Baron buff stripped away from Leviathan.
It is one Baron buff pulled off. A bit of gold given back there to Red. Not the worst play, but, Bookie just slightly mispositioning there. Probably didn't realize he's going to get caught out on vision like that. And Seo all alone. They don't know about Toplop and Enga. Toplop now, kind of stepping out, but Kaze as well, hiding back in the wings. Both teams trying to disguise their full power, but they get on to Kaze.
He's been spotted. Toplop and Enga instantly collapse. No hesitation. Seo connecting with the killing blow there. Kaze really wanted to find a flank, but he was on a very tight little vision window and ultimately gets caught out for it.
Yeah, that's I get what you're trying to do. You're trying to stay inside, make them overcommit one direction, and hope that they don't know where you are when you come and hit them. But what that means is you're not near where your defensive position is, right? You're not near the tower, and if you do get caught out, no one is coming to save you. And just as quickly as Red had clawed their way back into this game, Leviathan have snatched it back from them. Now up 2k gold on the Baron power play, about 3k gold in total. And Leviathan back to finding those fights, back to being on the initiative.
Gonna get easy first track onto this dragon and deny Red the chance for a Hextech Soul, which is a wonderful breath of fresh air for Leviathan. Gives them a few more minutes to get their feet back under them. The game was slowly slipping away, but Toplop, and now they're committing off the Drake. They've got a 5 versus 4 with Kaze still running out, but this is certainly a good fight for Leviathan to play. They've got Frosty down first. It's only the one. I'm sure they will look to get more, and Kaze has arrived. The burst is back in the building. Leviathan, are they confident enough to go for the Drake again?
I think Leviathan is fine to go for this Drake here. Red's going to give it to him. Red know they don't have to force a fight at this stage. They have the dragon advantage. They could even seed one more should it become necessary. And the thing is, they only lost their support, but Frosty is a big amount of what allows them to buy space in fights, not just because of the CC that obviously Rakan provides, but that extra shielding onto those key targets can buy them just a little bit of extra time. And as we've seen so far, it's been margins of inches. And so without Frosty there, they're going to smartly just seed the dragon.
You're absolutely right. Frosty Rakan has been pivotal to Red getting back into this one, as we said before. Such a versatile champion, and Frosty, such a valuable pick in his hands specifically. We saw Kaze go for a kill onto Enga in mid lane and got his flash out, but could not secure the kill. And the respect on the burst for this 3-item Aurora is still very high for Leviathan. He's got the Shadow Flame, he's got a Rabadon's. It's all about that one-shot potential, and anyone who walks into him is going to have to be pretty fearful. Now Leviathan, once again, still in control of the game. They've denied the soul for a few more minutes. They're getting control over this Baron River now. Another major objective they would love to pick up if Red steps out of line.
Yeah, Red's going to have to, when they want to take the space, they need to do so in a kind of slow, controlled manner, because Leviathan's doing a good job of just going through systematically eliminating the vision control that Red, would have liked to have kept there, and getting down a lot of vision of their own. So it's going to be difficult to try and just commit to a flank, especially. That's I think one of the highlights we talked about in this season is getting supports their own slot for just control wards. You can see that Toplop's got 2 of them, Frosty's got 1 of them. They're just so much extra vision that can be out on the map between the Phalites and the extra control wards. And we might have a skirmish in just a random part of the jungle here, Trajan.
Curse been bounced up there, and Leviathan on the retreat right now. TP in from Devas, but it's going to take a while to complete it. Kaze gets the ult down, and the burst is massive. Double kill for the Aurora. Now Devas has TP'd in, but he doesn't want that smoke. Red have already won this fight.
Yeah, a huge play there. They found just a slight engage, just the margin of again, a margin of inches, of centimeters even. They decided to scrap just a little bit. Leviathan wanted to assert that this is our jungle and you're not allowed to walk in here for free. They get caught out on those chains of corruption, and it was obviously the ult over top all that damage from Kaze was fantastic. But if you look here, as they come in, they're coming for Frosty specifically, who buys a lot of space. That's why they get caught out by this chains of corruption. And you see Frosty pops the ult and then W's across 3 of them. I think that was a great use of the grand entrance, not to go in and R, which I think is usually the temptation of the Rakan player, but to use that extra movement speed and dive across them, charm them into your knockup, and guarantee a huge play for your team.
We love to see it. The Frosty Rakan paying dividends once again, as the Sayo ultimates still are dangerous. Rebello suffering at the hands of a true shot barrage. And look at that gold graph. You can see it has been mostly Leviathan, a little bit of Red, and we're back to almost even right now. Kaze with a target onto Enga. The burst is huge. A killing spree unlocked. 3.5k advantage just in mid lane. It was a slow start for the Aurora, but it is certainly rolling now.
Yeah, and you can see that the Aurora is such a threat. Even like the way Leviathan is itemizing, you can see that you have multiple lifeline items coming out. The Protoplasm Harness, you have the... we got to fight here.
Devas is suffering on the front line, trying to get away, but FMB chasing him down. Rebello with that first kill, and Leviathan in the 4v5 just don't have the juice. Toplop doing what he can to slow the advance, but Curse goes into the resurrection. Toplop suffering, trying to sacrifice himself, and he's done so. Sayo full HP, but there's no more that he can do. More kills for Red, and they're thinking about this Baron. They're not the healthiest, and Sayo could be a nuisance, but he's got 5 champions to get through.
Yeah, another huge fight for Red. It's one of those things where we know that they can execute it, and they're just they know that as well, that hey, we're at this stage of the game where we've neutralized a lot of that huge lead. It's going to come down to execution. Sayo. They're executing very well.
Caught by Kaze. Bookie's in to try and assist, and Sayo so far alive, but Bookie in fact goes down for his trouble. Sayo barely dodging away, low on mana, tries to get to safety. Curse now, remember, no GA this time. He's burning, he's dropping lower. Frosty comes in with the shield to just about keep him alive. And Red find another, but it's dangerous lines they're walking.
Very, very dangerous lines. Again, that burst is so strong, and like I said, Leviathan is respecting it with the itemization. They have the Starex gauge. They have that Protoplasm Harness, multiple lifeline items that give you these big shields to try and prevent you from getting burst out. But it just doesn't matter because that burst is so plentiful. The shield comes up and it's going to immediately go back down. And that's what Red are playing around, even, though they don't have a poke comp, they do have this like burst composition. They can just overload you with damage really, really fast, and they have a good amount of CC to keep you there and force you to eat it, right? The Cyclone into that Aurora, across the Veil, the amount of damage that can just come through in one big combo is really, really tough to deal with. And now they have a soul on top of that as well. The Chain Lightning to add a slow. This is getting really, really tough for Leviathan.
Yeah, that turnaround from Red has come good. The Hextech's all completed. Frosty under threat from Seo. But Kaze is now full build. His last item was a Medjai's Soul Stealer. What else could it have been? 9 stacks right now, a Storm Surge as well. He is all glass cannon all day. And because of the changes in mid lane, he's even got the Ignite for a little bit extra on top right there. FMB starting to shove Devast around in mid lane while Red funneling in bot side.
Yeah, they're getting into the bot side. They're going to clear off that crystalline growth. A huge explosion of damage onto that tower there in the bot side. And they're more than happy to just use this Baron to continue to take space on the map, slowly push this advantage. I don't think that Red have any ideas of ending right here off of this Baron power play. Only 40 seconds left on it, but just putting them in an uncomfortable position. But Leviathan have different ideas.
Diving in, they're trying to repeat what they did in mid lane right now, and they're surely going to find Curse. Sales pets that one down, but in comes Kaze, here comes the burst! Massive damage put down, but he gives up his life for it, and Leviathan still have a tower to play around. They don't have much HP though, and they're going to back away to heal on the fountain.
Yeah, this time they caught Curse, and while, you know, that Cyclone is good to get rid of, it still was ultimately able to come out, and it's on cooldown. You can see that, and it's Rebello who did a lot of the damage there, but a huge flank to come through.
Enga as well. Oh man, the TP away. Frosty abandons Rebello. A heartless move from the Rakan support. But it had to be done, I fear, and it will be a lovely pick by Leviathan to get something back. They still lost the tower in top, though.
Yeah, Frosty, Mr. Iceman, cold-hearted play, perhaps, but it kind of necessary. There was nothing he could do to save them. This engage here, it's pretty good, and it looks like they're going to find the targets they need, but again, it's Frosty with the quickness, actually, that prevents them from getting to Rebello. And Rebello is able to just fire these arrows over the top. That's why they're so low. They can't continue on this play. They stay and try and get the tower. Unfortunately, after they do, it doesn't end particularly well for Rebello, but I think that is a trade they are willing to make.
And you could see, I think Kaze probably knew he was more or less kamikazeing, we could say, for that one by the way he positioned in. Tried to get as much damage down as possible, and a couple of, more than one Leviathan member was left with completely negligible HP. He has now sold the Medjais as the stacks went in the bin, and he's gone for a Seekers instead. So if he makes that play again, he will have a way out, potentially, some sort of contingency to play for, and the damage is still massive. Now, Red, they still have the soul. They're only 2k ahead. We are 40 minutes deep to this one, Bren, so a 2k lead does not really mean much. The Hextech soul a little bit more, no inhibs down for Leviathan, so no super waves to contend with. They definitely have room to try and contest this Baron in 90 seconds, but we are long past the mid game where Leviathan was strongest. They are trying to do more with not very much at this stage.
Yeah, you can see, you have the Guardian Angel has come out for Curse, so even if you go in, you get him down, you prevent him from doing his thing, he's still gonna be a problem. And look at Kaze on the flank, Trajan.
Always got a bit of damage down. Not the best ultimate, I must say, and Seo gets away unscathed, but top plop, no such luck. Just the support falls down for that engage for Red, so plenty of tools on the board for Leviathan still, but Red have the advantage.
Red continuing to press that advantage, and I think that's what they wanted, right? They've been grinding out this game, slowly pushing their way back into the lead. Getting that advantage on the objectives is a big thing, and they did that. Getting that pick doesn't secure them the Baron right away, but it does allow them to just go through, slowly control this space. You can see they're eating up the space. Look at the vision control. The map is cold and dark for the blue side. There is not much that they can see going on. They have to be very careful because any bush they walk into could just be a team in waiting. With the amount of bursts they have coming through, Death Ball is certainly an option for Red.
Thankfully, they can see Kaze at least, so they know that the shotgun is not waiting in the brush, and they're committing. They see him up there. They want to go for Curse instead, who, remember, still has the GA. It looks like he'll get away. Loses the ultimate. Enga as well. Committed it to get into range. FNB sticking the push on bot side.
FNB continuing to stick the push, so that lets Leviathan know, hey, like this is our time. We have to make something happen here and now. If we let him push for free, it's going to be too much of an issue. They have the 5v4 Trajan.
FNB's coming in. Kaze still has the ultimate, I believe, to see what he can do onto Seo. This time he gets the burst, the right target, goes golden just in time. But where's the Ezreal? Where's the Talia? Bucky finds the Aurora. Curse is dying to the Baron. Devis is chopping him down. Red looking a little bit sketchy right now. FNB doing what he can, but they need to get the Ezreal. Curse diving for more. Rebello seeing if he get in range. Chains of Corruption does not land. Top up Devis and Seo seeing what they can do. A 3 versus 4 right now, but Curse has stepped away from the fight. Red again walking dangerous lines, but they're hunting for more. They've got a GA on Rebello, and he wants to get in. A flash stun will push him straight down into the revive. Now, Red, can you keep him safe when he's back up again? Frosty with the knockup. Curse has arrived. Seo doing what he can with the Wukong, diving deep for him, and Red pulls out the team fight win, scratching up to that top side, corralling Leviathan in, and they will just about walk away with the ace.
What a very, very close one. I called it out. I said this is either going to be a 20-minute stomp or this is going to be by the thinnest of margins. And that one was so close. Neither team could get onto the other's ADC. And because of that, it was such a long, protracted fight. Both of them trying to, just slowly chip down the damage, get that consistent damage out from both, carries. But it was Rebello having GA willing to just go forward. No real care in the world that ultimately secures them the advantage. And Bookie lasts a little longer than I might have expected, but I think this Elder Drake is going to spell the doom of Leviathan. They are down multiple members. They are going to be down their jungler for another minute, essentially, and a huge buff in that Elder Drake on the side of Red, who are already such a burst-heavy team. Now you're giving them percentage burn and an execute. It's going to take nothing shy of a miracle for Leviathan to get back into this one.
Yeah, spelling doom or perhaps a curse for Leviathan right there. This Elder Dragon surely going to shut the door on this one. Bookie made the mistake of thinking that was his jungle, but now the engage comes through from Red. They want to force the issue while it's still 4v5. FNB taking a lot of punishment, but scoops back Devis, and now in goes Curse to get on the backline. The Elder buff doing the work. Leviathan crumbled. They held out for a long old time, and they pushed Red right to the limit, it must be said. But they will move to 0 and 2, and Red will put up perhaps the scrappiest, most suspicious 2-0 we have seen in a long time. But dub's a dub, and they'll walk away with 2 of them.
Yeah, they don't ask how, they ask how many, and so for Red, that's 2. 2 wins, and they're very happy with that. And credit to Leviathan for pushing this Red team. Like we said, this Red team, same roster, same coach, they're just running it back. And they ended the last split on a very, very high note, going to internationals. It's kind of embarrassing Shopify Rebellion. And so for Leviathan, with this scrappy, young roster of Latin American, tier 2, this is very much a development roster, keeping that LLA identity. It's very good to see that they are, able to take things away from a team like Red. Now, how much of that after yesterday's performance against Fluxu, how much of that is Red and how much of that is Leviathan? Still stands to reason, right? It's the first weekend. We don't exactly know yet. But I gotta say, just longest game of the split, a really good performance. And I think even though people might have wanted Red to be completely dominant, just inevitable, I am Thanos when they're coming in to get that win, I think it shows a lot of a team to be able to go down pretty significantly and still just slowly grind your way back into the game and play out, it's not over till it's over, and just win the way you need to win.
I think it was something very interesting we saw on the cams right there, and I'm doing a little bit of armchair psychology here, but it did look like Frosty got up and was not very happy with that one. You could see he was a bit reticent to sort of celebrate that win, and in a game where I think we'll all agree, and the chat would certainly agree, this was a great Frosty game. Frosty's Rakan was absolutely slaying in this game. He was essential to that win. He put up a really good game, but he's not happy, I think, with that game from Red, and that is kind of what you want to see from a top team. If you struggle against one of our perceived weaker teams and you make mistakes like Red undoubtedly made this week so far, I think it's good to see a little bit of understanding of that. You know, they were bowed for the crowd, and they were all smiles there as well. That's absolutely fine. But Frosty, I think, clearly expects a little bit more and wants a little bit more, and it is hungry to keep that improvement going, because we saw so much of them in 2025, and I want to see, you know, kind of the same from them in 2026. And I think Frosty certainly clearly has the hunger to get that one done.
Yeah, I'm in complete agreement. Obviously, there's quite a few moments that we could point out for Red and say, like, hey, this was not good enough. Like, we were overextended here. We didn't play our cleanest game today. But I also think that, like, in that split 3, everybody knows that Red overachieved a little bit, right? Like, even though we acknowledge that they are one of our stronger teams, I like the team. I really, really like the team. They overachieved. They probably should not have done so well, not only domestically, but internationally as well, with a roster that they kind of had to blow up and completely rebuild. Sans FNB and Frosty, that's like the 2 holdovers, but they had to get out their main core are all gone.
They kind of stepped into the void, the vacuum that FourY left behind when they collapsed in split 3. Red was there to step up and take on the likes of Pain and Loud and anyone else who would contest it. So yeah, props to them for that. And it was a big step forward, so I hope we're going to see that again. But you're right, it's still a fairly young roster. There's still clearly kinks to work out, and we'll see if they can do it. For Leviathan's side, I think we can all be happy with the early game they played out, the mechanics on display. Devas having a great lane into FNB, who for my money is the best top laner in Brazil right now. Certainly was at the end of last year, and FNB has been my guy for a long time. Devas put up a great performance there. Even when the flanks looked a bit sus, he was still getting great value out of them, getting onto the priority targets. So happy enough with that. And there's definitely decent pieces at the core of Leviathan. So they've got something to build off. Honestly, man, Seo is just... He's the man, dude. He was doing so much in this game on the Ezreal. Yeah. I really hope that he keeps getting room to show that, because I feel like, to be honest, ever since the LTA South conversion with LLA joining, Seo hasn't really been given a project where he can properly show how good this guy is. You know, he's been to Worlds before on Rainbow 7, for goodness sake. This is a quality player, and we saw that in this game as well.
Yeah, I think it's telling for Leviathan that they didn't just... We see this a lot of times, like you talked about, where like the perceived weaker team finds some, like, has a wacky game plan or finds some weaknesses early and then just loses to strong macro play. And that is ultimately like the story that will come out of this game. But I don't want it to get lost in that noise that when it came to that stronger macro play, like later on in the game, it wasn't just, okay, they won early and then they fell over and died in the mid game and then got rolled by strong macro. Like, they were still finding plays. They were still, like, those fights were still razor close down to 40 minutes. The game was never completely one-sided, even after Red kind of took charge of it. And so that's the thing I kind of want people to take away for Leviathan.
Yeah.
Both these rosters have a lot of room to grow, and I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, absolutely. With that, let's wrap it up for today. The first weekend of the CBLOL Cup is in the books. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Please remember you can follow us on socials to get more information, updates when we go live, and more kind of, you know, retweeting of news and posting about the scene. We have a community Discord that you can join to chat with us and each other to talk about the CBLOL. You can join our fantasy league from there as well to see how well you can predict the best region in the world. And we'll be back, I don't want to say same time next week, because the schedule's a little bit funky in this first one. I'm going to quickly check when we are actually back. I think it's Saturday next week, but production is on it. Production is checking real quick for us. It is Saturday, same time next week. So for now, we are still same schedule. So we'll hope to see you all back here. Thank you, everybody, for watching, and enjoy the rest of your Sunday. And we'll see you back here next week for more CBLOL English action.